It is your boy, Endless Cemetery. Today we'll be playing Diablo. It's a little warm in this room if you couldn't tell. It's okay because we'll get through it together. It's only 2 months. 2 months and we'll be okay. 2 months worth of glistening content. Sweaty boy scene. Sweaty boy. Oh yeah, let me open up Chatterino. Can't forget that. Can't forget that. We get a drink. Hopefully there'll be some chatters here. Chatters. Not a single chatter to speak. Goofy. Oh, damn, right in the nick of time. I came back. Pee pee poo poo. Pee pee. Your boy is about to get cheeched. The shit's called burnt orange. We're smoking on that PP Brit tonight. Shout out to Politically Provoked for sucking at literally everything you do in life. You will die miserable. DJ Blaze was good. Yeah, my character is a necromancer. He looks fucking cool as fuck. What level am I now? I'm only 65. I still have a long way to go from 100. I'm probably not gonna be ready before the season starts. I'm just gonna be completely honest with you. Making sure I was on the right world tier. There's some other shit I want to transmog on my Necro that I think would look cooler than the shit that I have on, but for now at least looks really cool. People really think flexing is being a scab, or like being a scab is flexing. Like I can't imagine like the American working class is so fucking wild, yo. Like Republicans and shit. Like I can't imagine being so mind fucked that you brag about getting paid less, and like you freak the fuck out when people tell you you deserve more. That shit is a different level. I should actually probably lower this world tier. World Stone. Yeah, I can't imagine being expected to be treated any differently than that. Just like I can't imagine, you know, being hella anti-black and then quadrupling down on that anti-blackness just so that you can appease your mostly like white audience and mostly white peers and being expecting to be called anything other than a cook. That shit is wild to me. I'll never understand. I don't have to live like that though, so I don't really have to understand. Ready for the Teamsters strike? Yeah, I'm ready for that too. That's gonna be dope. I hope they get everything they're asking for and more. The Teamsters deserve that shit. The Teamsters, the railroad workers, like, I wish that, like, it's my goal that, I mean, it's not realistic, obviously, but fucking goddamn, dude. Fucking just like go on strike. Goddamn. For all these fucking irresponsibly fat ass fucking. Really hoping the railroad workers would have called the bluff when they were up. It's one of those things where it's like, that's what sucks about the quote unquote left or the proletariat or poor people or the workers or whatever. Like our aversion to war is so strong, we'll capitulate just to avoid that shit. Now we're not trying to have any type of fucking military intervention. We learned our lesson after fucking Blair Mountain. Because at the end of the day, it doesn't fucking matter. Motherfuckers acquired their shit through violence, and that's how they maintain it. So, why you think that they would give it up through any other means? Absolutely beyond me. My man fell. Why you fall like that? Smack. Look at all that damage.
Out of essence.
That shit just melts all day.
I'm out of essence.
I'm going the wrong ass way. What's up, Selassie? Yeah, you got the fudge. What beach you go to? You go to Myrtle, you go to Virginia, you hit Ocean City. What beach you hit? Soul Bunny is really being attacked. Apparently, Keffals was messaging her on her Patreon while Keffals was saying Soul Bunny was so wild. I don't know. I'll say whether that shit is real or not, the fact that this is happening the way that it is shameful.
In memory of Grand Mage Emerus. I met him decades ago. It was he who rejected my application to the Sanctum. He called me power-hungry, reckless, and I was.
It's just wild that motherfuckers are so allergic to criticism. They have to have like comfort audiences. Just enable their worst fucking aspects.
When we took the Sanctum, I killed him myself, raised him from the dead. Now he serves my efforts.
Here's also what I learned, right?
A fitting legacy for a friend.
That shit is not really like valuable. What enchant does my identity have? I don't know. Honestly, I don't know how to check that. Can you tell me how to check that? Foreign Man video? Oh my god. I still haven't seen the Foreign Man video, but I know it made a bunch of white streamers mad, so it's gotta be excellent content. And that weird demon mama person spent 10 minutes and throughout the rest of the video seething about the foreign man barb at shark, lol. If you know, you know. That's really all that can be said at this point. It's just that there's a very distinct split in culture. Like difference in culture. And I'll leave it at that.
I need more essence.
A fucking absolute. Disappeared that whole mob by myself. The amount of DPS I drop. Used to in Torment 2. Shit is dummy overload. Just trying to get this fucking main story or whatever mission done. Shit just melts every. Foreign tokenizing the peeps had on, and Keffels just seems to be going scorched earth. This is what I hate so much about this whole thing, is just like it becomes part of I'm gonna bring you guys in just so you understand how much I hate this shit. It becomes part of like a pipeline, like an industrial complex of React content where it's literally just fucking gossip, dog. Like, did you see this person said this and this person said this and blah 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 blah. Like, no disrespect. Like, I get if you consume this content, you still watch these people, that's cool. You're entitled to watch what you want to watch and have your opinions and your reactions to it, but like, I have 99% of these people blocked specifically so they don't have to occupy any space in my very, very limited fucking brain. In my very, very smooth brain. It doesn't surprise me that Demon Mama had cringe things to say. It doesn't surprise me that these successful white people are going to have blind spots when it comes to class and culture and the reason why people might do or say the things that they do. None of these things surprise me. They're going to continue to happen because people are going to continue to enable these people through their excuses, whether they're like bots or whatever. Because I think like 50% of these people who go back and forth with us on Twitter are bots. They have like fucking like 15 followers and like fucking like actual like Patrick Bateman fucking profile pictures and shit. Just like non-serious people, just like not real people, like actual bots, sock accounts, like fake humans. You know what I mean? Artificial niggas. But outside of that, like I don't we're all entitled to make the art that we want to make and have the ability to speak on the experiences that we have in a specific way that we want to. And the fact that we can't just examine shit for what it is and either just be like, damn, that sucks, whatever, and move on, or self examine and maybe even change some behavior or how we move to improve ourselves. We have to make it into a thing where we're being attacked by people way smaller than us. Like the Black Hebrew Israelite shit, the fucking anti-race mixing shit, the anti-miscegenation shit, the drama, the clout chase, whatever bullshit. Like, we are just people who speak truth, and when we say true things, if we happen to say a true thing about you that's not nice, sorry, not sorry. It's not a mature response to then fucking start discourse to essentially make bad minorities out of these people that you don't like, and why you don't have to listen to them, and why you're smarter than them about their own struggles. That's why we're gonna continue to spin the block on the Candace Owens discourse. A bunch of the humans are bots in their brains. Facts. I feel it, Lucy Kitty. Want to know why Wick has a super PAC? This is not drama. This is real conspiracy poster. I don't know anything about Wick. I've gone out of my way not to know anything about Wick. Wick just strikes me as a very heavily unserious person. So not interested in. Super PAC for that missing tooth. Is he missing a tooth? Have you noticed Twitter has been pushed far more into QT for discourse? Yeah. These people are just desperate to avoid going left to get black support for the left. It's, in a lot of cases, it's not even that. These people just straight up are scared of black people. Dead ass. That's just what it is. They don't know too many black people. They have like their one like fucking Carlton ass black friend, or their black friend that's like me. That's like very, you know what I'm saying, has a very like palatable accent to the suburbanite, is well versed in like leftism and all these things that make white people feel very comfortable. You know what I mean? But they are scared of the average black person. That's why you should be sus of people who call themselves liberals, because those are literally the people that are like, yeah, bad neighborhoods exist. Yeah, support the police sometimes. Those are the goofballs. I have a black friend, yeah. Attend to the tree of whispers and By the way, this is Epiphany. I'm rebranding because I realize it's kind of hard to say. You can call me Susan. Right on. Black-eyed Susanna. The Maryland state flower is the black-eyed Susan. Do I still play Naraka Blade Point? No, but I can. I would be interested in playing that game again. I played it again very briefly earlier this year. Kuma and I played that game together. I still have it installed, I believe. I could definitely, if I don't have it installed, I could definitely get it. Maryland flag is the best flag? No, the Baltimore County flag is the best flag. The Baltimore County is factually, objectively better than the Maryland flag. The Maryland flag is a very close second. It would be perfect if it didn't have a fucking symbol of fucking Confederate sympathy on it. You always like the flag because it's one of the only things that can be perceived as romanticizing dark eyes. I've never really thought about that. That's pretty cool though. Thank you for that. The shark sea slur crap was the whitest shit you have ever seen. I mean, you know. They're putting things out they know we will argue against for engagement. Yeah, that's why a lot of them don't do this with me anymore. Because we just have really weird conversations and then I just like refuse to engage with them. And I refuse to really like go back and forth with people a lot of times on Twitter now. Because at first I used to get really mad and like try to be like, no, this is how you're wrong, and like hit them with the facts and logic and like reverse Ben Shapiro motherfuckers. But then I learned like the real X-Man fucking like Dr. Manhattan power is to simply just be like, no. Nah. You just hit him with the no. And then you fucking slide your phone in your pocket. And that's how that works.
It is done.
And then when you stream, you can do fun stuff and you can talk to people you actually want to talk to about things you actually want to talk about. And you don't have to worry about your fucking people trying to clip your shit and make fucking send your shit to like niggas like Chud Logic and shit.
They're always back for.
It's two-handers.
Well done. There are many like him.
But do not waste.
For now.
If only.
Doom.
Damn, hell yeah. Quests. Completing quests. I'm just out here completing quests. You leveled up. Congratulations. Oh my god, can I not fast travel there? Yeah, there we go. Endless quest completer. Bro, Chud Logic is defending Kasparian and calling Oliemi anti-black along with Foreman. They're anti-black, but it's not anti-black when you do e-blackface. That's not anti-black. When you make jokes specifically to try to like denigrate the concept of misogynoir, when you're just like pretending like actual academic concepts are bullshit and made up just because you want to make fun of black women because you perceive them as okay to punch down on, because they generally are, and the society of goofy ass internet white boys. Yeah. Was saying they're anti-white. Yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah. Anti-white is definitely a bad thing to be. They don't want to tell you what white is, what white means, but you know. Because then that would unravel the game. Can't talk about what whiteness actually is. You just have to just end the conversation by accusing people of being anti-white, as if that's like a valid thing to be. We just instantly assume that that's a moral thing to be. Like if you call someone anti-black, it's obviously wrong for obvious reasons, but like motherfuckers just throw out anti-white. It's like, what do you mean by that? When has this ever in history, in American history, been something that has structurally affected every white person in America? We all have to interface with white supremacy, period. The product of everything that we engage in modern society is a product of Western chauvinism, white supremacy, especially in the United States of America. So to act like because sometimes black people talk bad about you, like, I don't get it. Especially knowing the conditions that some of us have to live in. Like, I'm pretty sure Soul Bunny like actively does fucking fundraisers. You know what I mean? I'm the lowly forklift driver. I literally just got a new job. You know what I mean? These are people who literally live off of just like putting out goofy ass videos of them doing like high school gossip. You're paying a mortgage and you make a living fucking making weird ass YouTube videos and beating your dick to fucking anime porn in Discord. Miserable fucking existence. Yo, what the fuck is happening? Take me to here. Morally lucky. Like, it's not bad luck to be white supremacist or to be like raised in a white supremacist environment. In fact, it's like kind of the opposite depending on where you sit on that particular scale. You know what I mean? So this phrase like morally lucky is always weird as shit to me. What up, Smite Knight? I'm just like riffing. I'm just playing Diablo and vibing and riffing. But like morally lucky is weird to me because it's like it implies first of all that there is like some type of objective morality, but second of all that there's like some type of intrinsic reward for having what you would have, like what you would call quote unquote good morals. And I mean, like you're just like morally unlucky. Like you're just like it's just like a bad luck of happenstance of birth, the same way like generational fucking poverty is. Like, damn, it sucks you're born poor. Sorry, you're always gonna be fucking poor because society was set up that way to fuck you. Like they want you to feel is sorry for people who like use the hard R on the internet where other people can see it. It's that level of unseriousness. Like, I don't call myself morally unlucky because I grew up around a bunch of other like weird ass fucking rapey ass white boys and had a lot of really fucking misogynistic ideas and shit when I was like a teenager and a tween and shit, right? I wasn't morally unlucky because I was a piece of shit. I was just a piece of shit. That you can take into account the environment that I was in and the weird shit that the other fucking rich ass white boys were doing around me. That I was just like completely fucking unaware of. A lot of the time. At least in the moment. If the one thing that sucks about getting old is like finding out all this weird shit about people that you hung out with when you were younger. Suffice it to say, it's weird that we treat this shit like we can make our brand on saying the right stuff or the most good stuff. And by virtue of being seen saying the most good and correct stuff, the good vibes and like healing energy of the YouTube waves will create good outcomes, because people who are only white supremacists because they just haven't heard a good idea, like a good argument against it yet, they will have finally heard one. They will have finally heard rhetoric that's so perfect that they will instantly click like, share, and subscribe. And overnight, we will have total unionization of all industries. And the complete and total elimination of all white supremacist power structures and gender oppressive power structures, as well as ableism, because everybody knows that these streamers' rhetoric is absolutely anti-ableist. It's just too perfect. Because they're the ones who actually go out there and talk to these people who probably make a lot of money saying a lot of the weird racist bullshit that they say.
I offer what shelter I can
have absolutely nothing to lose saying or doing it.
From Mephisto, heed my word.
I just wish it was easier to get across is that like the problem with white supremacy is that it's common. It's not that it's extreme, because if it was extreme and uncommon, we could find a way to just quietly deal with it. But like it's extreme and common in ways that people don't think about and refuse to acknowledge. Like the hallmark of oppression is invisibility, social invisibility. Oh no, it's just fucking stupid. They'll be like, black people don't think the same, or you're racist for policing other black people, and then call a white person who says they're wrong self-hating or a race traitor. It's fucking weird. But they, because, like, and because you just can't interpret fucking like AAVE and that type of shit, they equate us calling people coons with like we're straight up being like, nah, this person is a race traitor. Because they literally liberalize their racial politics where like they have just colorblind politics, but then they don't want to admit it if you ask them that point blank. I'd let a lot of people go over the years. I have done the same, Heavy T. It sucks a lot. You have to stop talking to people because they kind of suck. And it continues to happen, but then you eventually find cool people. And you have to look at yourself in the mirror sometimes because you realize sometimes that maybe you sucked pretty bad. I don't know, I'm pretty grateful that I grew up in a family of immigrants. I'd like to think it helped shape my views in a really positive way. Yeah, that's a different experience that you can't really, it's very unique as well. I feel you, Ellie. In the voice chat, I'm waiting if you yeah, I'll drag you in. Grew up pretty misogynistic, and then I grew up a bit and said to myself, this isn't working. I was in American white boy school. Like, I was in the, shout out to the string puller who bought me this game as well. But we talked about how American schools are white people factories, right? They produce in children this culture, the society of white supremacy, right? And we all have that shit. If you went to school in America, it's, you might have gotten education alongside it, but you definitely got that education, right? And so and media was the way that it was too. Like, watch Ace Ventura. That plot of that movie does not hold up. That's all I'll say about that movie, right? Like, 90s kids and like the true elder millennials, like, I don't know. There was a lot of shit that was considered socially acceptable in the 90s and 2000s that is definitely not. And this is what's so weird about like stuff like the R slur to me too, right? Is like there's certain stuff that would have flown even 20 years ago. Even 20 years ago, that we all kind of would look at each other if a comic did, and maybe it's just me and my taste that it's diverted as I've grown older and more mature. But at least in what I've noticed of like mainstream stuff, like mainstream humor and like kids humor and stuff like that, there's certain stuff that would fly in the, especially in the 90s and the 80s and like the early 2000s, that would not fly today. Not even like, absolutely not. You know what I mean? And it's, I mean, obviously, because a lot of people just fucking like lived and are alive and didn't get killed by AIDS and shit. But yeah. Parents are not leftists and can be cringe, but they at least taught me racism was bad and Nazis are bad. Yeah, I mean, that's, you would think that that shit's the bare minimum, but people spend too much fucking time on the internet and they're like, but this Nazi also likes the same video games I like. Maybe I can redeem them. Motherfuckers, it's like, hello? Do you understand what's happening here? Eyes on the prize, buddy. Get your shit together.
Look.
Where the fuck is this shit? I don't know where the fuck this shit is, but it ripped this shit out the fucking wall. I don't know where this shit is. I think the end by way the beginning. Where was the beginning? Was it down at the bottom? Bottom, right? Oh shit, my fault. My fault, y'all. I smacked the fuck out the mic boom. I should probably get a bigger mic boom, you think? I'm gonna get a bigger mic boom. I mean, the United States of America produced a clan. Like multiple clans. I don't know. I might read or try to read medical apartheid again on here, because I think it's real important to fucking talk about the, I wanted to read the American Auschwitz chapter, because like when motherfuckers say, I feel like people don't really know the deets, or at least the background of when people say shit like you know, Hitler observed America, the Nazis got their, like, we're taking notes from the United States of America on a lot of their shit. Yeah, EP. COD lobby shit, even when I was a kid, apparently for those people it was like coming of age. Yeah, I'll never understand that shit. For me, my coming of age was like, you know what I mean, touching grass. I'm saying, like, actually making friends instead of just like stinking and needing deodorant and just playing video games in my room by myself. Like going to the mall. You know what I mean? Fucking doing things, talking to fucking potential romantic partners. This is the stuff that I was doing. But motherfuckers like made the most annoying, to the point where when I say the most annoying, video games in the future would kneecap themselves trying to somehow get rid of it because no one likes it. Like, motherfuckers made their entire personality the most annoying aspect of video gaming and expect everybody else to just like deal with it or get off the internet. You know what I mean? Just like, if you can't stand the heat, stay out of the kitchen, right? Like, dog, like, put deodorant on. Put some fucking deodorant on. You smell like an onion everything bagel. And it hurts absolutely no one and helps everyone if you would just shut the fuck up for like 36.5 seconds and put on some deodorant. Probably the most wholesome moment I read about in pre-World War II Latin America history was how during the Chilean Nazi revolt, the blonde-haired white Scions got blown away by mestizo policemen they hated. That's lit. I was doing a video. I'm still doing it. I just haven't put it out yet, about the Thomas Viaduct here in Maryland, and there was like an anecdote in the book that I was citing, like researching from, about how two like convict workers who were paving the it was at the time it was a highway. They were paving the road, Frederick Road, actually fucking beat two of their overseers to death. So that was fucking cool. I fuck with that. Drag the people in. What's up, y'all?
Hey. Oh, fuck. How you been?
Yo, 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 yo.
Cooking, I'm
Lucid?
doing my thing for right now.
Yeah?
See how it plays out over the next months.
Yeah, I've been dealing with stresses with my job too. I was just talking to Lucid about it.
Yeah.
Fuck. I got work in the fucking morning, and I've just been having like consistent fucking panic attacks whenever I like have to get up for work, especially early in the morning.
I hate
And
that
so-
feeling so much.
No, because like I've literally like gotten so nauseous to the point of vomiting whenever I get into work because of how fucking bad my panic attacks are. Thankfully, I've been put on. I recently finally started my anti-anxiety meds, which has helped. But it's like, fuck, it's just the worst feeling. Like I mean, the job is just so fucking stressful that like I've never felt this amount of stress going into a job until I started this fucking job. Like physical stress anyway. Like I've
That's
never felt it
insane.
this guy. Yeah, like
I dealt with that when I was like, I worked at like a t-shirt printing place, you know, those places where it's like, you know, you'll just like every kind of fucking design of t-shirt they have, that they just run it through a machine. Like that's the kind of place it was.
mhm.
And I'm like, Christmas was like, I mean, I'll just put it out there. I like legit, it wasn't even like an exaggeration. I almost killed myself
Oh my
from
god.
from how much they were working us. And I was still like, I literally can't do this. Like, yeah, like sorry, like trigger warning, but it's like I was like, I can't do this anymore. I can't do this shit. So like within like by like February, I had another job because I was like, I can't do this shit for another season.
Yeah, I have never. God bless, dog. Because I'm the type of person where, like, I'll be damned if it comes to that. I'll sleep in my fucking car before y'all get me ready to fucking turn myself into a pack behind this goofy ass fucking. Maybe it's just because I've always had bullshit jobs my entire fucking life, but
Mhm.
I can only think of like two distinct times where I got into distinct like emotional or like mental health distress from a job that I was at, and that shit lasts for me just because I have fucking like PTSD from school and my childhood and shit. Like that shit lasts all of like a week before I'm eventually just like, nah, I'm good. I'm actually good. I don't care what bills I need to pay, whatever. I'm just like, nah, today is my last day. And that's just kind of how I've always was like, fuck it. I'll fuck my credit up. I will sleep in my fucking car. I do not care. Like, I'm not living like this. I know how to use a computer. I'll figure out how to make money eventually somehow. That's just how I've always felt about it.
Right. It's funny because like I've been behind on rent for a few months, and so I've been really because I've been underemployed for this with this fucking job ever since I started. A lot of it was because I was a trainee, but apparently that's just the normal state of affairs to have someone be working 20 to 30 hours like at a week at this fucking job, and then like I literally cannot fucking afford to work here. Like because like there's this constant feeling
there
of
too.
both stress where when you are on the clock, you're doing especially like during the week, like like during like over the summer, like it's not like over the school year, right? Where pardon me, sorry. We're like, oh, there's a morning rush and then everything's pretty low, right? There are these constant like irregular rushes that happen of people that come in because it's over the summer, so it's very unpredictable. And so but like we'll still have the morning rush obviously, but there's like way less staff by the end of the by 2-3 o'clock in the afternoon, because like the assumption is that, oh well, we don't have any more people. That's not the case, where oftentimes we'll only have 3 people on the fucking floor or the entire like building at the Starbucks, and you'll be doing 3 or 4 jobs at once. Like it's crazy. Like you could be doing both drive-through orders and also taking people's money at the fucking window.
True.
And then also doing another task that people want you to do, and then also fucking like do some other bullshit alongside that. It's just like so many different tasks.
I won't lie,
It's
I
crazy.
definitely have actually been hella depressed at certain gigs where I'm just like thinking about how shit I'm getting paid. I'm like, I'm never gonna be able to afford a house or like get married, have kids, any of this shit. I'm just gonna be working this backbreaking ass job forever. I'm just gonna like, fuck it, I might as well just get this shit over with and just fucking like fall off some shit in here or something.
Right. I mean, fair enough. I don't think I don't know. I've definitely been pretty close to the attitude as well, where I just felt like I just escape from this fucking hellscape.
Shit is mad hopeless sometimes.
No, seriously. I mean, the best thing about this job though is the community of people, because it's literally all of us suffering together. And also like I've never been in such a queer workplace, like ever. Like almost all of my coworkers are queer or trans of some variety.
Oh, just fucking flew up my nose, sorry.
No, it's okay. My cat's meowing at me from a distance. I don't know what she wants. What do you want?
Big meow time.
But but like the community that I've felt with my coworkers is one that I haven't really felt in a long time. Like the job is miserable. It is so bad.
We both worked with that dude, Fade. That dude, I was ready to let that dude run me over with the forklift because I knew that that was my destiny. Like, I'm ready to be working 40 hours a week and living in my fucking car. I'm not doing it. Just fucking finish my shit right now.
God.
Or at least like take my leg. Let me get a payout.
Right.
Right. Let me get that paycheck.
My cousin, his arm got crushed by a forklift. And it was supposed to be like, it was a recalled lift, Oh my god, I feel so bad. Like I'm getting ready to go out there and visit them in 2 weeks. I'm like visiting a mad family because it's like kind of just like bad times right now. Mad people are fucked up right now, and and elders need support and shit. But
Hmm.
yeah, my cousin, he fucking he used to whip the lift in a like a big box store, and like dropped his phone between the forks, and it was recalled, I guess, because this thing did this, I guess. But like he reached between the forks to grab his phone, and they came down on his arm, and so not only was his
Oh my
arm
god.
crushed, not only was his arm crushed, but it was like pinched and like slid in there. So
Oh.
they had he was trapped for, I think it was 8 hours, while they like took the machine apart so they could save his arm.
Oh my god.
Yeah, so like it's still, he still has his arm, but he can't like use it like that no more. He has
Oh my god.
like yeah,
Fuck, man, that's
Holy
crazy.
fuck.
yeah. And
God.
he gets like a decent payout and like disability and shit, but it's like
Not enough.
now he's a lefty, yeah.
God, fuck.
He's pretty
No,
he's pretty fucked up from it. I definitely want to check on him.
yeah, no, absolutely. I don't blame you for wanting to check
What
on
up,
him after
Freckle?
that shit. God, no. I mean, I will say that I've definitely had more, I guess, physically demanding jobs before. But then again, I was working those jobs before I realized I was trans. So like there's that's why I was kind of able to just like go with it.
Yeah.
But like yeah, I've definitely seen some maybe not comparable injuries to that, but I've definitely seen those kinds of injuries happen. It's it's very grim,
The
and
warehouse.
the worst. Sorry,
I'm
what?
sorry. Yeah, I was gonna say the warehouse I was just at. Um, there was a motherfucker who almost they flipped the lift and almost died because people have gotten clapped that way.
Oh my god.
And one of the people that they came to educate us about that said the place where he came from, that happened, and the person actually did die because the lift landed on him. Like the truck pulled away and the fucking lift just fell out the back.
Oh my god.
So that happened, but also someone dropped some fucking this like big ass jar of hydrochloric acid. So this jar of
Oh.
HCl busts through the bottom of the box that it's in, that they're supposed to be carrying, and just eats a big ass hole in the fucking floor, and could have been their legs, yo. Like there was,
Yeah.
I didn't see their legs, but I saw a picture of their jeans, and you could see where that shit splashed up on them, and it's just like, yo, they don't give a fuck in this bitch. And before that, there was a spot where they had the mufflers just hanging, like on some fucking racks that weren't even bolted into the crate. They were just on there. Like you could move them with one hand, they would swing back and forth. Like fucking a ton and a half worth of mufflers just hanging on the fucking steel. Could fall over at any moment on anyone.
Hell. Yeah. Oh my god. No. Fuck. The worst thing is that whenever those injuries happen, it's so socialized to where it's just like normal after a certain point, to where you just are forced to keep working while that shit's happening. Like, depending on the injury, like you
Oh,
see,
yeah.
like I don't know if I told you this story, but early on, whenever I was working at the package handling plant that I worked at, I like it was like first peak season, it was like December, some guy has a seizure in the back of a truck, and I see it from a bird's eye view because I'm on one of the rafters. I'm watching, and I can just hear over the fucking radio I have on my shoulder just how little well, first of all, everyone else around that truck were forced to continue working as if nothing was happening. Outside of the people who were directly helping him, making sure he wasn't choking on his own fucking tongue, including the managers on the scene, like they were all forced to continue working as if nothing was going on. And then also, the fucking people on the radio literally did not give a single fuck. They were asking the manager shit that like questions as if like nothing was happening, as if like they weren't keeping a guy in a trailer on his side to make sure he's not like choking on his own shit, you know? And they're just like, "Hey, I'm kind of busy right now." And they're just like
Do you
they did
mind
not
like
care.
dying somewhere else, please?
No, that's literally what it
Yo,
was.
I work at my
They didn't care.
my job I had to end it last year. At the Napa warehouse, this dude had a fucking diabetic seizure.
Oh my
Like,
god.
didn't have enough fucking sugar, and so he goes out. And the reason why he didn't is because the pay was so fucking low. Like, I mean, he didn't eat that morning when he was supposed to, and so he goes out. The EMTs come. So the EMT comes and to like revive him and shit. And it was a mess. They wake him up, they revive him finally, he comes back. And like I'm like fucked up from it.
Right.
And he tries to come back to work, yo. Like
Oh my god.
he
I'm not
tries to come,
surprised.
yeah, he tries to come back to work and is working for like 30 minutes to an hour before they're finally like, yeah, HR says you gotta go home. 'Cause
HR's gotta let you go, man.
Yeah. HR said they talked to corporate,
Yo,
and
this
corporate
ain't legally
said,
sound. You gotta go home.
yeah, and it's just like, yo, you
Nah,
could,
bro, you can't do this today.
and for me, we're all supposed to be friends.
Maybe next week, but not today.
I'm thinking just like as the manager,
Yeah,
you
like,
step
yeah,
step
like
in and be like,
Texas,
nah,
you get
I can't let you work. You gotta go home. You need to go home, and
Fuck.
you know what I mean. But
No, I was
That
just
shit fucked
considering,
me
like,
up.
yeah. My God, no, yeah. That actually reminds me. I was considering taking a 12-hour shift tomorrow instead of a 5-hour shift that I got because someone was wanting to give the rest of their shift. I'd be working like 2 hours after opening and up to like close. And I was really considering it because I'm like, oh my God, I really need the fucking money. But then I ended up realizing I was with a girl that I've been seeing tonight, and I was considering it. I'm like, nah, it's not fucking worth it. It's not worth it. Like, even, yeah, I need the fucking money. Yeah, I'm struggling to try and stay afloat, let alone like actually get enough money to be able to pay for everything, like just to be able to be okay. But is working 12 hours a day worth it? I don't know. But someone talked about water breaks in the chat. Another horrifying story, just one that I saw myself, was the amount of people who got not just like, oh, I threw up because I'm dehydrated type shit, which I saw, like people like who dehydrated and they start getting sick and they had to go home, just walk home or whatever, walk over to the fucking cars and then go home. I saw within the space of like a month or 2 months, like 3 separate people have to get gurneyed out.
wild.
Gurneyed out, like with the EMTs and everything, because they were having heat strokes. Like they were like really fucking bad. And this was like, and because there's no air conditioning in the fucking warehouse, of course. There's
Naturally.
these awful fucking fans that don't do shit in the trucks. Like they don't do anything. And then also there's these like dingy little fucking Powerades that we get, like it tastes like garbage. Like they're not even the good Powerades. They're the fucking, the low fat ones or whatever the fuck they're called? Like the zero sugar ones. Like they're terrible tasting. I still miss that taste, but for all the wrong reasons. But like that was their solution to the problem, and then yet still people were fucking they were still trying to they were still dealing with those problems despite all those supposed solutions that they were trying to fix it with, over the summer. And so just like, yeah, just the yeah, the amount of bullshit that I've seen at that old job, it really makes me wonder why I wasn't having more nervous breakdowns and panic attacks before then. But I don't know, maybe it's because of all the shit that's been going on in my life these days. Who knows? But yeah, I'm surprised I went through all that and like somehow didn't just like, I mean, I did eventually have to quit because there was so much shit going on, but
Yeah.
I wasn't having the same kind of panic attacks that I am now for this crummy fucking Starbucks job. Like, it's so frustrating that my own body, like, I want to work more. I want to be able to do as much as I can. I want to be able to function properly, but my body is literally being like, no, I am going to, like, this environment is so toxic to the way in which my body is able to survive. I just know you're gonna have a panic attack instead. So it's crazy, but yeah, I've considered going back to that old place that I worked at though before going to Starbucks. I'm still considering it, considering I'm still struggling to find a
would they
second
take you?
job. They would take me because I'm a former employee. I mean, fuck, they take former felons. You know, they take. I mean, I've seen people in the trucks
yeah.
with the collars on
Right.
them.
Yeah.
Still
Yeah.
in
Yeah.
trucks.
Yeah.
So-
Packing jobs and shit. Yeah. No, I get
Right. So this is a packing job. So like they'll take anybody, especially someone with experience, someone who's been in the job.
that. So I mean, but do you think that job would be easier to deal with than Starbucks?
At least I know what to expect, and ultimately, it's okay. It's a different kind of hell. Like it's. I mean, every job is a different kind of hell, but like this package handling job is something that ultimately it's, at least right now over the summer, it's manageable. Obviously, whenever winter hits, that's whenever the mandatory 6-day work weeks and the fucking 12-hour shifts come in when you're full time, right? But I could work full time, you know, at FedEx if I wanted to. You know, I mean, if I really wanted to, I could also be a shift manager. Like once I got into it, because I have that much experience. Like I've been there for 2 years. Considering the turnover at that package handling place, like, you know, which was like at least a couple months. Like most people didn't last that long. Like the fact that I had been there for nearly 2 years and had not been management, it was definitely, yeah, but. I don't know. I could definitely get in pretty easy, though I had tried applying last time, but it was in the middle of my name change, so it was really confusing, and I just wasn't able to go through with it. But if I tried again and I was be like, hey, this is my social security number. Here's, you know, I'm this old person, whatever. I legally changed my name, all this shit. Then
I just worry about like places like, you know, like warehouse jobs. Like, you know, there's just certain fields where they, you know, I feel like wouldn't be the most welcoming to you know, trans workers. You know what I mean?
I know. That's why I stayed closeted for over a year before I came out there.
Yeah, so that's what I'm sort of like. I was like, it's one of those trades where it's like stress from Starbucks or dealing with transphobia and bullshit. You know what I mean? And at the packing center,
I'd
it's
at
like,
least know what to expect. I wouldn't have any false pretenses as to what I'd be going into. I wouldn't.
Fair,
I
yeah.
wouldn't, because like at least like with the job before this one that I have now, like before Starbucks, like I would have been under the impression part of
Riley, you
was
cut out for a little bit. So
sorry. My previous job before this one with Starbucks was education. It was public education job, and it was pretty decent money and also really damn good insurance. I'm still technically employed there, but I'm planning on quitting whenever the new school year
This is
starts.
not good.
Oh God, I can see your screen now. You are fucked.
I mean, so like, why not go back to teaching then? Like, would working at FedEx really be better than that?
I don't know, because it's like a devil you know versus like it's again like a different kind of hell. Like I at least whenever
Actually,
I
you
go
know
in-
what? Never mind. Never mind. Not because I realized like school and then don't worry about it.
no, because like I like there was like at least with FedEx I could have the opportunity to get paid more an hour over time.
Yeah.
Like, but with the fucking like the teaching job, like the shitty like aid job, like I only get paid like 16-ish an hour.
Yeah.
And like, sure, I had some pretty damn good benefits, and the like the package handling job like is definitely not as good benefits. Hell, even Starbucks has better benefits than them. I can probably guarantee that, at least in terms of like trans-affirming healthcare and all that. But like,
Yeah.
there's I don't know. Like I whenever I started this education thing, I was under the impression.
No, you cut out.
Yeah, dude. Yeah, you're still cut out, Ali.
Damn.
I'm gonna finish.
There we go. Sorry, my
Okay.
with me. I'm
I was
sorry.
gonna improv for you.
King Hype. Any on Twitter? Yeah, I feel that, Fraggle.
But like, yeah, I'm gonna try and cut to the chase before my internet cuts out again. Basically, it was a lot less accepting than I thought it would be, and at least with with all that with that other job, I at least would know what I'm getting into. I know that I'm not gonna be necessarily safe. That I'm gonna be essentially like jumping into a pile of into the boiling water, I guess you could say. I'm like the frog, and I'm jumping into the boiling hot water, But
Yeah.
I can turn my brain off when I'm on the job. I can just sling packages for 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 hours, right? And just
Sling
not
all
have to
that.
talk to anybody. I won't have to say shit to anybody. I don't have to do any emotional labor. I don't have to smile for any fucking customer. I don't have to act like I'm all happy and shit. I don't have to look presentable. I don't have to do any of that like I have to do in teaching. Because when you're teaching, your whole job is social work. You
Oh, no,
are
I used to be a teacher, so I know exactly what it means.
yeah. So it's just
on all day.
right. So like you 100% understand what I'm talking about then. Where it's like you have to have that performance, you have to look the part, you can't just like turn your brain off when you're teaching. You have to because you're
Honestly,
taking care of
at a
children.
there wasn't a certain point I did, but that was because I was taking care of like 25. I was like, yo, where's my teacher assistant? No, I don't get one. Cool. I'm tired.
Right.
Right.
Fair
I'm done.
enough.
I'm done. Like they had me like working during the summer. I'm like
Oh no,
Fair
that's a
enough.
lot.
yeah.
Right. So like that's kind of my mindset to it, but who knows? If I might just go back into teaching and just fucking quit Starbucks or maybe just do Starbucks on the weekends.
Yeah.
I
I
mean
have to say like teaching of the jobs, teaching was the one that like it was well stressful like being on. It was I guess like better term, like the most rewarding. Right. It is easily the most rewarding job of all of them where it's like you don't generally feel appreciated in workplaces, and I feel like teaching, while granted many teachers I sure don't feel appreciated, it is one of those fields where of other jobs like I work in marketing, ain't nobody making me feel appreciated in marketing.
like you're doing a great
Like,
job.
that's-
It's like no, make the
Right?
numbers go up.
Yeah. Oh,
Line
make
go
more
up.
numbers up, make higher.
Line go up. No,
Right?
that's-
Like
yeah.
nobody's giving me gifts on Christmas and like, oh, we feel you're amazing. We're gonna miss you over the summer break,
Right. No, I mean, to be honest, with how many problems I had with my coworkers, like, because I was getting constantly reported for bullshit by my coworkers, because there were some people who just fucking hated my guts for one reason or another.
Yeah, no, the coworkers were always shit when I came to teaching. I hated my colleagues.
No, because like ultimately, it's just like, it's at least with like places like like the package handling industry, you don't have to pretend. It's just like,
Yeah.
oh, okay, I don't fuck with you. All right, I'm gonna go into a different trailer. or I'm just not going to talk to you if we're in the trailer. We're just going
Right.
to do our job and just keep moving, right?
You're
like,
goofy. I'm not fucking with you.
Right. Like I don't have to interact with this
We had
person.
that.
I'm just slinging
me-
packages with
Shout
them.
out to Doge, man. Me and Fade knows what I'm talking about. Like, oh, you're in here talking about Dogecoin? Yeah.
Get out of here.
Yeah, I'm gonna be over there. I'm gonna wait till you leave. Oh, your truck is leaving.
I have
All
had
right.
those conversations with really goofy people in the trucks. Like I've had really goofy conversations. Like
Let's
I mean,
get you
there's
loaded up so we can
obviously-
get you the fuck out of here. All right? Yeah. There we go.
No, right. Like I've had some, but I've also had some really meaningful ones. Like I've had probably some of the most like engaging conversations in like the
Oh,
back
yeah.
of the truck. Like you wouldn't expect to have such person like interpersonal connections in that kind of business, but you do, especially whenever you stay there for a pretty long time and you know everybody.
Right.
Right?
Yeah.
Because there's such high turnover. Like everybody knows you because you're the one who's stayed there the longest
Right.
outside of the managers, right? And I was that person. You know.
No, I'm part of that turnover. You can't. No.
No, I mean,
I have
fair
low
enough.
tolerance for bullshit that I'm like I'm in. No, I'm
I
out.
feel that.
It's-
Yeah.
I've been the guy that quit on the first day. I've been that guy to be like, no, I ain't doing this shit. I'm out.
I mean, fair enough. I mean, and that's something I can never judge anybody for,
Fuck.
especially in that industry. You know, I mean, a lot of the reason why I stayed for as long as I did was because I was trying to unionize that place, but it ended
Yeah, I
up
feel
not
like
working
that's
out.
different. If you're actually like salting, then
I mean, I did want to unionize that place when I first started because I had just became an anarchist, but at first I didn't know what the fuck I was doing. It wasn't until a year in to that job that I started really talking about unionization, and I was able to like get my foot in the door with that, but I was still pretty unsuccessful overall.
yeah.
I wasn't able to get a single coworker to talk to the folks in the IWW with me. Not a single fucking person. After all, the dozens and dozens of people that I talked to, in the 100 fucking, coworkers, all the work that I did, all the fucking, all the cataloging that I did of my coworkers and what shifts they usually worked, what areas they worked in. I even had a whole fucking map of the entire workplace as to like where shit was at, to like get a better idea about like all of that stuff, like having like discreet conversations about, behind the camera, like to make sure that they didn't see us like talking to each other, like stuff like that. And yet not a single person was convinced enough to be able to be a part of that union committee. And I mean, a lot of it was, well, I mean, as I've discussed before with both of y'all, the intense fucking racism,
Yeah.
just the purest amount of white supremacy.
Motherfuckers
that was
gotta
going
win.
on. They
I'd
gotta
rather be
get
poor.
theirs.
I'd rather be
No,
poor than stand
they-
with them.
No, they'd rather not see their coworkers as human than be able to actually have a fighting chance of getting better wages and better benefits. Or just like, or even, God forbid, control of their fucking workplace. Like, but yeah, it was a lot. And I just, at that point in time, I just didn't have the skill or the ability to navigate such a large scale problem. Just because I didn't have that kind of organizing experience. And there was just, I mean, to be quite frank, at the time, there was just still this huge gap between myself and my Black coworkers that I just didn't really know how to bridge at that point in my life. Like I just didn't have the life experience to be able to like have that kind of connection in the way that I would have needed to be able to help make that place, like help get that kind of connection that I could with my white coworkers. And so I eventually gave up because it was just like, yeah, sure, I could try and connect with my Black coworkers, but I had been trying with all my coworkers for months, and it just had not bore any fruit at all. For like half a year, I had been trying, and it just didn't work. And so then I was like, all right. And then in the middle of all that, I came out as trans during all that, and I was like, all right. It just made things even more complicated. And it's just like, nope, I'm out of here. Goodbye.
I feel it.
No, so it was a lot. So, but I did learn a lot from it, and it definitely helped develop a lot of my own experiences, and it helped push me towards the organizing that I do today in regards to like the social organizing and stuff like that, and the, you know, like, because I feel like that was more important to me, at least in terms of like being able to help build a community at first before getting in such a hostile work environment, you know,
Yeah.
like, and dealing with such large scale issues, you know. And I don't know, I think I'm doing a pretty good job of it. So
Oh yeah, it sounds dope. Always like hearing you
yeah.
talk about it.
Oh, thank you.
Why am I so
Bellamy.
bad at Diablo? I get high on this bitch and
Yeah. Also, Bellamy, do you hate me? I'm joking. Because I saw what you said on the Discord. But let's see, Moliere. I mean,
oh my
look,
fucking god.
Oh, you're getting fucked.
Got my cheeks clapped.
Yeah. Let me look at that chat. I mean, look, you have better luck at unionizing people there than any professional services company. What even is a professional services company? I'm unfamiliar. I don't know exactly what that means. I'm guessing like, I mean, you could describe it, Moliere,
I would
but
say I would say something like marketing, not marketing, like marketing, accounting, like a service, right? Like we're doing something for people that are professional, like, or an office, as opposed to people on the ground, people sweating in hot boxes, actually doing, you know, you're like, you know, Black seen as like, you know, white collar, right?
okay, yeah,
You
I
know,
just see in the chat white collar, yeah. I mean, yeah, absolutely. Like, I remember there was a huge difference. I mean, you know, this wasn't like a white collar job, but like it was definitely like the area in which it was in, like in the people who were working there, and like just the workplace itself. Like I used to work at a local grocery store down in the suburbs where I used to live at. That's my first job. Um, but just like we were unionized, right? And we did have benefits that a lot of other service workers didn't get. But like, you know, just the character of that union really was just like very extractive. Like we only ever saw the fucking union rep, right? Whenever, or like, you know, a union representative, whenever some poor 15-year-old had to sign the dotted line to be able to have like a good amount of their fucking check taken so that they can pay for the union, you know, because it's just one of those, like, it was one of those, you know, it barely did shit for us, barely negotiated any fair contracts, barely moved anything forward, but it was better than nothing. And so we just kind of like, through inertia, it was just there. And it was just a very insufferably suburban kind of workplace. Like that was the kind of background that pretty much everybody was a part of. And so it was just like, there was a huge difference in terms of how people viewed the workplace and their experiences for most people versus like, you know, like workplaces in where kind of like what you were saying, Lucid, where it's like people on the ground or people who are just like going through probably one of the more exploitative processes in like, you know, more urban areas or in other areas of the country, or other services that don't really get that kind of inertia, I guess you could say, in terms of the labor movement, you know. But yeah, I just see Moliere, accounting, consulting, finance. Yeah. Okay, that, I mean, I kind of got the vibe, but I just wanted to make sure. Some of the most, the class collaborators, shit like that, you know, like, yeah. I mean, I do know a couple of folks who are in like insurance and shit.
God damn it. Sorry, that fucking blood blister bullshit.
I heard you knock the mic over. Just boom. Like a little gong. But oh my god, I'm so not wanting to go to work tomorrow, but I have to. Fuck.
Oh, that feeling.
I feel that, Frackle. Absolutely. 20 years and not a hide nor hair of a union. That must be incredibly disappointing to have to
Everything
deal
does
with.
indeed suck.
Gosh. Ugh. I didn't even fully read Bellamy's last chat.
I mean, hey, I mean, the video game, you know, they're starting to unionize in the video game industry, so there's that.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, fair enough.
That'll be pretty cool.
But I also think that's mostly because it's like an art. It's like it's an art field, as opposed to, let's say, like accounting.
But there is
and,
so much like grunt work that goes into that shit, like Code Monkeys, though,
Right.
you know what I mean?
Right.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. Like, you know, like all of them, like even when it
Fuck.
comes to coding, it's still kind of an art form. So,
Yeah, that's true.
you know, there's still, you know, there is that kind of connectedness, that grind. Like, yo, I'm putting all this work in, and I'm not getting it back. As opposed to like accountants, where I'm just plugging in shit, moving on.
It's a very
Spreadsheet,
distinct
like that shit drove
talent
my.
to be able
so
to do
many
that shit
spreadsheets.
correctly.
Right, like you have like people. It's kind of like with the Writers Guild right now, and now the actors who are striking along with them.
That's good for them.
You know, yeah, no, like I don't know if you saw that speech.
Yeah, that shit's tough.
But yeah, like there's this element of like these writers and these like workers within like the gaming industry and stuff like that, ultimately, because of that sort of like hierarchical and extractive form that which all these companies are organized, this ultimately artistic and passion fueled project, right, is, you know, it's shaken down for all it's worth, you know, and it's just an incredibly awful process to see, you know, people who ultimately genuinely do care about the things that they make, you know, genuinely do care about like, oh hey, like I want this to be good. I want it to be something that's worth, you know, worth people's time, you know, crafting it into something beautiful, right? Not just something that is profitable, but something that's beautiful, you know? And it's just like, it's kind of that contradiction,
Through
you
the
know?
wall. That's whack. That shit hurts me, but not them. I'm sorry.
No, I saw. Through the wall. Let's see, Moliere. I mean, I actually met my first anti-union worker in my job. Dude straight up viewed unions as for poor people and thought banning them was a good idea. He also blamed black people for not getting a promotion and creeped on women, so classical libertarian. Oh God. No. I think I've already said that my dad has like bragged about being a scab at UPS. Yeah. I think I've told you guys that. Yeah. I mean, Moliere, like that it fits the bill. Fits the bill. A lot of people who are going to be a lot of people who would just outright reject any sort of unionization efforts are often going to be the most like socially isolated people. They don't have that sense of community. They don't have that sense of togetherness at all. Yeah, the scab bragging really is bizarre. Like I was genuinely baffled when my dad told me that, like where he not only bragged about being a scab or just like, oh hey, like I broke this, like not first of all telling me that he broke the strike, which I mean, you know, like okay, like, if that happened, you know, I'm sure you had to do whatever you had to do, and at the time, I mean, I'm still gonna probably judge the fuck out of you for it, but like, you know, I understand maybe within a certain context where you're not a part of that union, like on a personal
Look,
level,
we all
you
gotta
might
eat.
not feel
Look,
right.
he has kids. We all gotta eat. But it's like, how you gonna like shit talk to, like we said told you last time, how you gonna shit talk to people that are trying to like
Right.
do it? You know what I mean?
Calling them lazy and all that. Yeah.
Lower your fucking head and walk inside. You know what I mean?
Right.
Shut the
Like, you're
fuck
gonna
up and work if you're gonna be like that.
Right.
Don't be bragging like that. That's
Right.
That's
Don't look
ridiculous.
nobody in the eyes. Don't be looking nobody in the eyes. Walk in shame. Right. Go make your paycheck.
Right. No. Good day to make a scab bleed. Right, Freckle. No, my dad is a complete
Just
piece of shit.
stabbing dad. It's like, whoa. Ah.
I mean, I wouldn't go that far, but I mean, who knows? Oh,
Anarchy.
did you fucking see that video of Ron Perlman today?
Oh,
Oh
man.
my fucking god! I'm gonna pull it up on Twitter and I'm gonna send it to y'all. Cause, oh my god! So it was about the fucking. So you heard about the whole thing where like the people where the people at the top of these like Hollywood agencies were like, we're gonna do this. We're gonna wait out the strike until they lose their homes and apartments.
No way.
You know, they said that shit, and it was like live on air, like that. Like they got caught 4K saying that shit. You know,
Some wild shit.
and so Ron Perlman, he said there's a lot of ways to lose houses. And he starts talking about like, hey, where do these people live? Like, unironically, mega fucking like incredible. Like,
Well, at that point, like he doesn't need to work anymore. I'm sure he's like living off of residuals and shit. Like he's all like,
Fuck
if I don't
yeah.
get hired for another gig again, I don't care.
well,
My man
no,
Ron
he's like
Perlman.
His house is
advocating
down.
for a little more than that. Like, yeah, he's
That's,
just like,
that's
yeah,
what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. He doesn't need to work anymore. Burn their houses down. I'll say it.
right. No, right.
No,
Like,
Reagan
I'm just like
Crispy.
absolutely incredible. Like, I was not expecting to hear that from fucking Ron Perlman, Daredevil
No,
himself.
Ron Perlman's based. No, he's Hellboy. But yeah, Ron Perlman's
Yeah,
based.
Hellboy.
Oh, sorry. Oh, it was Hellboy. Sorry, I thought it was
Yeah.
my brain.
It happens.
I'm tired.
No, yeah, but I mean, it came out around the same time. It was like the same era
Yeah,
of superhero
definitely the
movies.
same. Part
Oh
of the
my
same
God.
round of.
Don't even get me started on the Ben Affleck Daredevil. Don't even.
I fucked with it when it came out. I won't lie, but I definitely fuck with him more as Batman and Daredevil. It's kind of the same character, okay. But
Honestly, yeah. But
Yeah.
it's the irony that they're the same. Is all like one should be called Batman, the other one should be called the Daredevil, right?
Right.
The guy that dresses up as a bat, you know what I mean?
I mean,
the person
yeah,
that
like,
has
there-
the radar sense.
Right, but should be have radar sense is Batman, right? The guy that jumps around buildings with no superpowers and tries to beat up gods should be called Daredevil.
Right. No. I mean, I do think the newest Daredevil show definitely made sure to differentiate Daredevil from like the likes of Batman, where like, yeah, Batman is less of a character that's known for like always being on the edge of like good, like kind of like, yeah, like Batman's always kind of been on the edge of like, oh, am I doing the right thing versus like vengeance, you know, like, or basically just doing it because he likes it. But Daredevil definitely emphasizes that point about his character a lot more, where it's like, oh, like there's always like this very fine line that Daredevil crosses within the Netflix show, where it's like he might be doing this for fun, you don't know, and you can kind of see that in him, and he constantly struggles with that because he's very devoutly religious, you know, and it's just. I like that the new Daredevil show definitely brought that out of this character struggle within himself, you know, rather than being this stoic, you know, more stoic kind of character, or at least less apparent of that kind of internal struggle between like wanting to beat somebody to a pulp and throw him off a bridge, you know, versus like bringing him into the police, you know, like Batman's known to just take him into Arkham and just do the whole cycle over again.
My
You know,
man,
Daredevil's
this man
like,
Batman is out here paralyzing people, changing
Like,
lives.
fair enough.
This man
Fair
Batman is out
enough.
here changing lives.
He's like,
Life
you want to do
changer.
crime? You can't afford dinner.
Crime
Well,
doesn't pay,
how
but
about
disability does.
healthcare?
Justice. Batman. There is that meme though. Of just like, I really just like to fight.
My man said crime doesn't pay. Try disability.
I mean, I think that's a lot more with like the games these days, where he just like puts people into comas with the amount of times he beats people up. God, I mean, I could be wrong, but I think that's mainly where that came from with the video games, where it's like,
Nah,
Oh, he's
he's
like-
definitely done some wild shit in the comics where he fucking locks KG Beast in the goddamn vault or whatever.
I mean, he also in the fucking in that fucking what was it, the 80s movie, I believe. He just fucking lets Joker just fall off and just die.
Oh yeah, Batman, the written 88 Batman.
Yeah. Like just straight up just lets him die. It's like I don't care.
The original, I mean, or Batman originally, like in his original comics, Batman used to kill.
He
Like, most people
definitely
don't
used to
realize
kill
that.
people.
Batman would hang motherfuckers from the bat ship.
Wait, what?
Yeah.
No,
There's
like
Batman straight up like hung like a criminal from the bat ship and just flew off.
what the fuck?
Yeah,
You just-
Batman not killing people is a pretty recent development, all things considered.
Really?
I think he comes from the Silver Age,
Yeah.
or like yeah, or he's like the Silver or Bronze Age. That's basically back from like the Comics Code Authority when
Right.
everything was super clean, and it just kind of carried over from that, where he's like, oh well, now they just don't kill.
Right. No, now that's kind of his defining trait nowadays because he's such an old character. And so
Yeah.
it's just kind of like carried over in terms of like inertia and stuff like that. That's pretty interesting. No,
No,
I forgot
Straight
about
up used
that.
to kill.
I would love to try and read stories about
I'm
that.
pretty sure
to see
Batman
it
at one
work.
point had a gun. Didn't Batman at one point have a gun? Like
He
very,
used
very
the
back in
gun
the day?
against. I don't know if he had a gun, but I know he used the gun against Darkseid. One issue.
I mean, there's also that alternate universe Batman of like Batman's dad, where he just straight up uses guns.
Oh, he had the
Yeah, well, that's
Blicksters.
Thomas Wayne.
Thomas Wayne, yeah.
Thomas Wayne was just like
He had the
my wife's the Joker.
Blickies.
I will just hurt everyone.
I will put holes in everybody.
Thomas Wayne was blicked up. Thomas Wayne Jr. is blicked up too.
Yeah, I mean, if you really want to look at someone who's ready, he's like, look at Red Hood.
Right. I mean,
Like
fair
Jason,
enough.
Jason Todd's always ready to be like,
He's blicked
all right,
up.
so who wants to
He's
get shot?
definitely blicked up.
Yeah.
The Bat family
he
had to
definitely
come in and
is.
be like, yo, maybe
Tone it down a
maybe
bit.
like rubber bullets. Maybe rubber bullets. You don't have to like, you don't have to kill them.
This
I
man,
can just
Batman, was
imagine
turning
being-
people into paraplegics, and he had to stop it and be like, "Look, Jason, you can't be kneecapping everybody."
You can't be like Terminator and just putting bullets in people's
You're gonna
kneecaps
put
like
us out of
that.
business.
Put us out of business.
You kill enough criminals, what we gonna do? I can't just run around the city dressed as like a bat. It's gonna look weird.
I can't be running around like this with no criminals to fight.
Judge Judd was based on the cursed combination of a Thatcher policeman, a U.S. cop, a French Mitterrand, and a Spanish fascist heavy riot cop, and he's one of my favorite comic book characters. That's what's the crazy thing is about that.
See, Judge Dredd is like,
Really?
he's like, I feel like he's the ultimate epitome of like all cops are bad. Like I feel like this really is the future.
He's literally have the Nazi SS like in his fucking visor, like reflection. Like the best Batman
Really?
was Adam West in pajamas. True. What up, Pyro?
Hey, Pyro.
Yeah, I think it was Enrique Izquierda was the artist. Has talked about like,
Ooh.
yeah, he'll straight up like draw a SS into his little like helmet, like visor reflection.
Oh my god, that's crazy. I had no idea that like Judge like there was that kind of heavy interpretation and stuff like that with
Yeah, you're not supposed to
Dredd.
root for Judge Dredd. Judge Dredd is not
And
a
yet-
good character.
I kind of forgot. I didn't even really know that he was supposed to be a bad character. I'm gonna be honest.
No, I mean that's why I kind of like the latest Judge Dredd, like the Dredd movie, where they kind of show
Yeah.
that kind
Oh,
of
yeah, it's perfect.
Where it's like he is not good, and like you're kind of supposed to sympathize with his like trainee. That's like yo.
Exactly. Like the,
Stop
Why
Like, I know
murdering.
these criminals are messed up.
like
but
his first act as a lawman on screen is to blam on some fucking drug users. Then at the start of the rising action, he's trying to lock up a fucking homeless dude.
Bro.
Like he's the cop
Why?
he was the cop of all cops.
Pig of pigs.
He is a personified of all cops that are bad.
What up, Afternoon Tune? But that's not why you,
You broke
watch.
the law. It has
But-
has heat, has body seeking bullets.
But hey, baby,
was-
that ain't why you read those comics, and it ain't why you watch those movies. I'm trying to see him use his special gun to fucking shoot some people's heads till
Right.
they catch fire. That's what I'm trying to see.
Holy shit, you weren't kidding about the SS thing. Damn.
Oh yeah, dead ass. Yeah,
Holy fucking shit.
yeah. Judge Dredd is a literal Nazi. Like that's
Fuck.
he's and when you think about a lot of the things in his origin, so like the fact that he doesn't sleep. Like he's literally supposed to be like inhuman. Like he's straight up like what you would think of stereotypically when you think of just like a Nazi, except instead of like the German eagle and shit, it's the fictional like just Hall of Justice or whatever eagle.
Or could very well easily be placed with the American Eagle.
Well, I mean, yeah, but that was what they were alluding to. But yeah,
Right. But they don't. But they can't. But they can't be having a dystopian American police force in
Yeah.
terms of the comics, because that'd be a little
right.
too political, you know.
Right, but yeah, Judge Dredd. He's Joseph Dredd is like not a real person. He's a perfect clone of this other like blue-eyed, like blonde-haired, like perfect fucking like was such an awesome cop that they wanted to make more cops like this cop among cops, and so they genetically engineered this fucking Nazi cop and gave him like a fake memories and everything, and like they put him in a machine so he only needs to sleep for 15 minutes at a time so he can go out in the world and be a literal fucking Nazi in the apocalypse.
Jesus.
He like
also,
like Judge Dredd
yeah.
totally does evictions. Like he 1000% does evictions.
Oh, absolutely. Also, DJ, when you're born a cop, assigned cop at birth.
Yeah, ACAB.
Assigned cop at birth. That's literally Judge Dredd.
Yeah, Judge Dredd's gender is cop, like dead ass. I'm pretty sure he can't reproduce because he's just like straight up like he has no gender. He's just he has no identity, no personality. Like they don't even draw him with a face. He's just a fucking Nazi.
Crazy. Fucking crazy.
But he like
That-
fucking fights zombies and fucking vampires and shit, so it's cool. His pronouns are under an arrest.
His pronouns are hands up.
His pronouns are stop resisting.
Stop resisting.
No identity and no personality, so like any right winger, true.
I mean, that's probably why he's so fucking popular with those types. I mean, honestly, I'm surprised Judge Dredd isn't talked about more within these circles rather than the Punisher. Like, I don't know why the Punisher's talked about so much. I mean, I guess it's the skull thing. I
Because
think
the
they
Punisher
like
is
the skull thing.
well, that and the Punisher is American. If
Fair.
and if
It's
you
an American. It's Marvel. you know
I was
what
gonna
mean?
say, depending on what rural area you go to, like because Judge Dredd's popular, like Anthrax has shit about Judge Dredd and shit. So like you'll find cops like out there, but it's so on the nose, I guess.
Right.
Yeah,
Where,
I feel like Punisher. There's the deniability. Like I am a good guy. I'm stopping bad guys.
Yeah, the Punisher's whole
Right.
stick is that he's punishing the guilty, whereas Judge Dredd is, like I was saying, Judge Dredd is that guy that will give you life in prison during an eviction. You know what I mean?
Yeah, no.
And then shoot you in your brain with the fucking corner shot, fucking bouncy, sticky, fucking Tetris shots from around the corner of your
Tetris.
apartment
Yeah, hot
When you-
shot, burn
when
you
you-
to a crisp.
when you try to run away.
Right. Stop resisting.
He'll
No.
yell something crazy into his gun, and then just a fucking like a Pokemon flies out the front of it and fucking eviscerates you and kills you.
It's like the fucking Mario bullet. It shoots it at you. Oh, with the fucking arms
That
out.
that was his superpower. He would just yell something. And some of this shit was tough. And like that's the one thing that honestly what was my favorite thing about Dread. Not just like the motorcycle and how they made the suit appear like the overtones of the Nazi uniform were a little bit more muted and they just made it look more like a regular motorcycle police officer's uniform. But also the fact that they made the lawgiver just like look like a futuristic Glock, basically. That shit was the fucking future Glizzy. My man said hot shot and shot the flare. Fucking full auto. Fucking yo. That was always
What is we talking about, yo?
Judge Dredd.
I fucked with that movie, I ain't gonna lie. That shit's fun.
The new Dredd or the Stallone Dredd?
Right? Like that was
Stallone Dread.
Stallone Dredd was tough. I fucked with it when I was a baby, and that was
They
the
made a new one?
oh my god, the new one is so much better than the. We gotta have a watch party for that because it's probably my favorite comic book movie of all time.
visually,
where
it
it's
is
at?
really good. Shit.
It's just called Dread 3D. Well, it's
No, I'm
called
saying like when they just
Dread.
when did they remake it?
2012. I would say.
Oh, okay.
All the way back in
What's up,
2012.
y'all?
Yeah.
How everybody doing? How we feeling? You good?
Shit.
How you feeling, Bellamy?
I had a terrible week, man. What's good? How
It's
y'all
been.
doing?
I've been seeing.
I'm sorry to hear
I've been
that.
intentionally kind of avoiding Twitter and just.
I didn't even Twitter for that reason. I had a terrible
Oh,
week,
just
man. Some
personal
other
shit. Yeah, I feel you. My fault.
You good? You good?
But yeah, fucking Judge Dredd, that shit used to he was like double whammy. He just like yelled that shit in his gun and it made it do some shit. That was I love that shit.
That shit was tough.
And it was dope in the video game. If you had it on the Super Nintendo, you could get like different
Yo,
rounds of
I
shit. For it.
remember that game. I'm high
Oh
as
my
shit
God.
too, so
You see what I'm
oh my
on?
God.
I'm smoking the Benji again. I
Hell yeah.
how long you gonna be around, man?
how long were we on tonight?
Yeah, how you gonna be around? 'Cause I might hop on play some hunt with you in a little bit. I was chilling with some niggas.
Oh, shit. How long have I been streaming? 2 hours? I'll probably be on for another hour or so. I'll be on
Alright, yeah.
this fucking potion or whatever. It lasts like 15 more minutes on Diablo, so I'll probably hop on the hut. If Fade's trying to hop on.
My bad.
Yeah, hop in and you know it's an open VC, especially blacks is, you know.
Did you just call Fade
Blacks.
black?
Nah, Pyro's Pyro's black. So Pyro, if you're
okay.
black, you can come in. That's just how it works in here.
He said if you're black, you come in.
If you're white,
black,
it's vampire
and or
rules.
Fade Runner,
Yeah.
the mythical white boy.
Fade,
from
yeah,
the-
Fade Runner is has the mythical nigga
The one-
pass. It is
one-
actually made out of
Right,
gold.
man.
Y'all talking about
Vampire.
mythical ass Fade Runner? Like that nigga's just magical.
Yeah,
Mm.
he the one that they always talk about when they be using AAVE. I guess.
He's the whenever you talk about white people that can say the N word, he is the person that they're talking about. Except he knows not to say the N word. That's the crazy part.
You talking about AAVE? He's the one with the most gyat. I
Yeah.
fucking
Yo, if you don't, man, I'm so mad they ruined that
He's
shit.
got
man.
so
The soundtrack was
gyat.
slappy.
I'm so mad they ruined that word,
Oh.
man. I can't even like.
What
We
do you
can't
mean?
even.
There's just so much gyat out there. Get your act together. It's an acronym, you guys.
No, don't even. I remember seeing that. I remember. I
This
saw
is
that
like,
video.
did you, and hey, shout out to Bink Princess. Do y'all remember when motherfuckers were saying that like oxtails cause cancer and shit?
Yeah,
Fucking perfect, yo. Perfect.
I was doing that hell of that shit. I was having so much fun.
Yo, they're full of arsenic.
Yeah,
Well, see, the thing
oxtails
is,
actually
you
raise
gotta,
your
you gotta make the
cholesterol.
lies. You gotta make the lies believe like that. You gotta make the lies believable. I said that if
Yeah.
what did I say? Like y'all can't eat it because it'll give you indigestion because your body hasn't acclimated to
Right.
eating slave food
Right.
like our body has.
Like, you know
No,
how
if you eat beef
niggas have
patties,
lactose intolerance?
patties
Like,
is
this is
causing
just
further
like,
bleeding.
y'all have nigga intolerance. You just can't, you can't hang.
Y'all got them lactose intolerant.
Lactose intolerance. I'm dead. Yo, go to bed, nigga. Get out of here. Yo.
Fuck you. No, I'm not doing shit.
I'm dead. All right. I was in another VC. I told him I was gonna be right back. I want to come over here and talk shit a little bit, but I might.
Oh, we
May hop
talking
on
shit
later on
because this is
later.
about to be a violent fucking. It's about to be some other shit.
Let me call Bill. Let me call Bill. But all right, yo. I'll be back. I'll be back.
Tell Bill I said what's up.
Bill didn't sleep. He sleeping. That nigga got kids.
Oh. I thought you said you
That
Bill.
nigga up. Tell him I said
Yo,
hey.
y'all trying to buy niggas.
Wake him up and tell him I said hello. He doesn't know me, and I want you to wake him up.
I need you to wake him up and like just tell him some random nigga online said hi. Like don't even say my name. Just say some random nigga. And that's the message.
That's the time I'm on.
DJ's like, let's get ready to rumble. I want to listen in on this. But whatever shit that's gonna be talked about, I wanna listen in on.
I mean, this Endless Cemetery. We're always talking shit.
Oh, absolutely. I was watching some of your old clips last night or a couple nights ago. God, I was laughing the whole night.
Some
Like,
of the best
especially the Mortal
ones.
Kombat
The Mortal
clips.
Kombat ones are the best ones. They really are.
Absolutely. Oh my god. Like oh my god, especially the one with where the parents are fucking yelling at the kid for fucking
Yo.
yelling too loud at night.
You have to watch the whole fucking, because if you watch the whole like highlight video for that, he just gets increasingly more and more unhinged. Because I beat him something like 13 games in a row.
No way!
Yo,
You
yeah.
better send me that. I want to see that so
We
bad.
can we'll watch it on
Before I
stream
started
sometime.
streaming, before I started like doing like streaming stuff, I was so upset because I was playing like Call of Duty on PlayStation, the Modern Warfare remake, and
Oh my
I never
God.
play shooters. Like this is honestly me getting into shooters, but I turned out to be pretty good at them, right? So I end up using like most trolly weapons, crossbow with explosive arrow, and a knife.
Oh,
And then by the end of one of those games, there was a guy on the other team being like, "Fuck you, Lucid Kitty! Fuck you!"
That
Like,
shit's
you
hella
know,
yeah.
like,
that's me. That's me because you were
He's-
dead. That's always some dickish moves. I get hit with the explosive arrows when I'm just. Fuck you,
that's
kitty.
that's why I used to get mad when I first got in this game when motherfuckers would call me a drama streamer. It's like my best content is my FGC content.
I'm gonna
But
be real. You as a drama streamer.
mean,
Every time you kick these niggas ass in the video games, I watch you, nigga. You just be baiting hardcore. Like you be saying some of the most rancid, uncouth
I
shit
don't
in
start.
that night.
I'm very sportsmanlike. I don't teabag. I'm cooling. And motherfuckers hop on there because they're mad because they just lose to the same shit over and over again. So they want to call me. I was gonna say that's how I caught my first ban on Twitch. I called it 24-hour because this dude called me the F slur, right?
Oh,
and I guess my reaction like wasn't repulsed enough or something. I couldn't tell you, but I'm like chopping up with this dude. Like, why does it have to be like that, my dude? And we played a few games. I showed him how to play my character a little bit, and it was cool. And one of these other goofy ass fucking like debate stream like weird ass weirdos fucking
Perverts.
reported the clip and got me banned behind it. I got banned for 24 hours.
Damn.
They
But
really said fuck your ass.
no, seriously.
And it was funny because at the time when I had a regular stream schedule, I got banned on an off night.
Bruh.
What? So somebody on your off night
You
was
weren't
looking
even-
at your shit.
So I wasn't
and
even
just
scheduled to
trying
on your
to
day
see.
off.
Yeah, I wasn't
your
even
day
scheduled to
off.
stream, and they were like, "You can't stream for 24 hours," and I was like, "I know."
How you get fired on your day off?
That shit was crazy.
No, oh my god, but no, oh my god, there was this other one that I saw, the Mortal Kombat, where it's just like, you just got lucky.
That dude was mad as shit. And then there was the one dude that I kept. It's this overhead attack though. The motherfuckers, they're getting so mad, and I'm just like, motherfucker, block high. All you gotta do is stand up and block. That's all you have to
bonked
do.
him.
And it's because the animation for it is so long. People just get mad. Where it's just me
Right.
punching them in the back of the fucking head, And yeah, the dude quit in the middle of those are my favorite clips. The rage quits. Those are my
Oh
favorite.
yeah,
ones.
just the screen stops and you step
Dude,
on. It's like,
I,
oh
I
shit.
love like as Pyro, like I'm that guy. Like I don't teabag it. No, I finish kill you. I will run up behind you. You better pay attention. I'm coming up running behind you. I've had
Well,
people
that's-
quit mid finish kill. Every
That's because
single time.
you guys are these little things I like to call fucking cheaters. And it's just unsportsmanlike. You are all cheaters, and it's fake news. Fake news. Fuck all yous.
Fake news. Fake
You're
news.
cheaters. I'm the best there are at video games because my mommy told me so. Anyone better than me is a cheater.
Oh, if you teabag me, I'm teabagging your whole. I'm gonna teabag you so hard it's gonna leave a Batman symbol on your forehead.
Yeah, you annoy me. I'm gonna spend the entire game just trying to kill you in the most aggravating ways possible.
Yo, ask Fade Runner, when Battlefield 4 dropped on the PS4, I used to headhunt people who made, because you could make custom emblems, and
Oh no, I don't like where
Oh,
this is
dear.
going.
and,
Oh dear.
and motherfuckers who used to make their emblems clan hoods and like Confederate flags, I made it my personal mission to stab them, each and every one of them in the back and take their dog tags. And
Imagine-
hold up, and then message them after the fact, and message them on their account and say you should have used your white power.
All I'm saying is, imagine just repping a country that lasted less time than like the annoying orange, the Doritos Locos Taco,
I was about
and
to say
like
the Locos Taco, yeah.
and like Baja Blast Mountain Dew. Like, congratulations, that's your heritage, my nigga.
Totally
Something that
Spies has
lasted
more
less.
seasons. Totally Spies
Yeah,
has more
Totally
seasons than
Spies.
your fucking country, dog.
Totally Spies has a better heritage than the fucking Confederacy, bro. And you're
Dude,
telling me
you were
that's the
just-
thing?
You were just straight up scalping Nazis in Battlefield, huh? Inglorious bastards. Oh my god.
Fuck them.
I mean, yeah, fuck them.
Cause there was motherfuckers, y'all know how we were literally just talking about the Modern Warfare lobby or whatever in here. Motherfuckers were in that bitch racist when the PS4 first dropped, and it was
That's
goofy.
what
You would just hear
that's
the
what I
N word
love
every
about
single
this shit.
fucking lobby. It was so goofy.
No, but it's like that's the funny thing. Every time you hear motherfuckers being like, you weren't there for the good old days of like
Right?
the Xbox
Yeah, he's like,
lobby."
you can't
talking
handle
about?
the old lobbies.
Every
You mean just
time-
racism.
Every
For
time I
who?
hear someone say like, "Oh, you guys wouldn't have lasted during the good old days," I'm like, "Oh, you're probably a racist because like them's not the good old days.
Right.
Them is the days I just turn off my
Oh,
fucking
like,
headset. Like,
Like,
nigga,
you guys know
no.
who like Moist
Right.
Critical is, right?
Unfortunately, I do.
Like,
Yeah.
and how he was like trying to defend iDubbbz and his basic argument was that where it was like
Oh, I
it
saw
was
that.
as bad as like the old Call of Duty days, and like with complete lack of irony is like, dude, I guarantee, like I even tweeted him like, you with his defense, you know goddamn well Moist Critical has said nigger,
Oh fuck
right? Sorry,
yeah.
like you know he has said
Oh
that,
hell yeah.
because with the complete unirony, he's like, no, it was ironic.
Fucking, I'm
You
saying
know
this.
it's
I'm
ironic.
gonna go this far. All white people have said it. They've at least tried it on at least once. Even if it's just in
Yeah.
the mirror by themselves, like in their room, just to try it on, just to check the temperature of it. All white people have said it before.
No, I definitely have. And I've fucking said that shit in
Canceled.
public. Yeah.
You are canceled.
Yeah.
20 lashes.
No.
Cancel.
Not only are you canceled, you are racist.
Oh, no, it was
20
still bad.
reparations. You owe 20 reparations. Congratulations.
Okay, fair enough.
20 for each time
Anybody
you
got
said
Cash
it.
App?
Anybody? Yeah, I got Cash App. I got PayPal. I got
actually,
Venmo, I
I'm
got
gonna say that like.
Oh my god, I'm gonna get
No.
clapped.
Oh shit.
Twitch.tv/thepyro/donate. That's all you need to know.
Let me go onto your Twitch chat real quick.
Send 20 cents.
I mean, what sucks is that I've been no, but no, the worst thing was, I think I've talked about it before, but like I literally at that point in my life, I did have a mixed friend of mine give me the fucking N-word pass, and I would say that shit in public, and it was the the worst fucking time of my life. It was awful.
Have I told y'all that were y'all here for when Gremla I was on a stoner cast? This is the one cool thing about that came out of that shit. Was Gremla was talking about the red-eyed nigger. He said that you know, he's from down south and shit. And you know, a lot of it's like working class white people and shit, racist ass white people, basically.
That's a nice way to say racist ass white people.
Right.
Working class white people. I like that.
And it's like rural white people, you know what I mean? And like that was like how, like, I guess it was supposed to be like the boogeyman or some shit. It was just like the red-eyed nigger. So he said he just remembers being a kid one time. They were out camping, like in the woods or some shit. He was like peeing, and like he was just mad scared because it was like his cousin or somebody like that.
Shit, bro.
It was like, look out, some red-eyed nigger, and then they just took off running and left him. And he's like,
I fucking remember that shit. That shit was funny.
like it was just, and it's just me with a Delta 8 car.
All I'm saying is, like,
God, no way.
We need to culturally appropriate that and just start our own stoner cast because you know it's gonna be better. But I didn't say that.
That's low key the plot of Candyman, just like the scary black man.
Oh my God, no! I watched that with my partner back whenever it came out. The end of it left both of us speechless for like 30 minutes. It was.
I saw it in theaters.
Yeah, I saw it in theaters too. Yeah, it was very.
Oh shit, y'all gotta pull Frackle in here.
Oh yeah,
Big Frackle, yeah.
Frackle,
Hey, what's up,
Frackle, baby.
That's smooth.
No, but like what Moliere said was like iDubbbz. It's like, yeah, no, all this sheltering. It's like whenever a white but the reason why they're doing this is because it's self-preservation. Like they have to be like iDubbbz can't be racist because if him being edgy was racist, I'm racist.
That would implicate me.
Right.
Black
that's why that's why Charlie had to go so hard, and even in his apology video, he still was all like, "Oh well, you know, I just don't believe that it's like, you know, that influential. Like people wouldn't understand." I'm like, do you want to be so badly
Florida man
not be implicated for the shit you used to say?
He really is a Florida man. Like that. What's up?
I know where he lives. Like I know the area. I know the area Moist Critical lives.
Damn.
I'm very familiar with.
I know the part of Maryland that Tim Pool lives at. That shit is very on brand too.
Oh yeah.
I am also a Florida man, but
oof.
That's the good
Tim Pool is a happer.
Chaotic good Florida man.
Chaotic good Florida man.
Yeah, you get two Florida men. You get the ones that like violently wrestle a kitten from an alligator's mouth, and then you get the one that violently wrestles an alligator just for the fun of it. Two very different sides of Florida man. Somehow they both involve alligators.
Talk about swamp puppies.
Sometimes you wrestle the swamp puppies for the fun of it, and sometimes you have to wrestle the swamp puppy. That's the two flavors of Florida man. And no, there's no in between. It's only the two.
Nah, one Florida man is fucking George Zimmerman. The other Florida man is.
Yo, that bruh.
Oh, no.
I wasn't gonna say shit because I'm just like, it's Florida. Like, there's a.
That's what I'm saying.
chance they racist.
Sometimes Florida man is a bitch ass nigga. Like sometimes Florida man is.
Oh my God.
Is goofy.
Here's the thing though. I gotta say this though. Like as someone who's literally lived around the world, I've lived on the other side of the hemisphere. Bitch ass niggas everywhere.
Damn, that
sucks. Florida just has Sunshine State laws where, you know, every bit of their news, every bit, like every arrest is open to everywhere. 24-hour news relies on Florida. If it wasn't for Florida and they shut down like their news, like their ability to get news out, 24-hour news would immediately crumble.
Nah,
Imagine
Seminole
living
and them
around
going strong in Florida. Nah, we gotta support them and the other working class people in Florida.
Imagine living around the world and then just meeting bitch ass niggas across the world. That would honestly depress me.
Dude, and this was at like
That's
fucking
Karl
17,
Marx.
18 years old. 17, 18 years old, I learned this shit. I was like, oh,
Bro,
everyone just sucks. Got
imagine
it. Y'all
being
all
like,
racist.
I wish I could go and live around the world and then just run into bitch ass niggas, bro. Like, at least give me bitch ass nigga in a different language. That's all I ask. Is that too much to ask for? Like, I'm tired of bitch ass nigga whose great granddaddy fought in one war for his supremacy and then lost that shit. Like, I'm sorry you
Right.
lost, but like, give me something. Give me a little bit of spice. Give me some of that foreign racism.
Yeah,
I think it's
I don't know, because
sense
here's
where
what I'll tell you. You want to know what foreign racism is? It's dating a Spaniard girl, and then one day you just walking down the road, and she's all like, "You my little slave," and you gotta be like, "What?"
Were
Like
y'all,
I said,
hold on,
like I said, give me some of that foreign racism.
were y'all, no, hold on.
And I was
really
all like,
into it.
Wait a minute, hold
I'm
on.
like 17 in
No,
a
don't
foreign
you
country.
try. I'm not. Listen,
and
I'm not
all like,
SDL. I'm not SDL. I'm not fucking SDL out here, bro.
God
Like,
damn, SDL shade.
I'm just. All I'm saying is, bro, I'm tired of like, get over here, you little. I
Nah.
want something a bit different, bro.
Hold up.
Like,
That's what I'm saying though. Were you here for
Go
for that Danish dude, that weird ass Danish dude?
Oh, the Danish
God.
dude.
Oh my
I
god.
don't think I was here for the Danish dude.
This motherfucker,
Oh, yeah.
yo. So all right, so sometimes I play with randoms on Hunt, like when I'm live. If nobody's on, I want to play with
Yeah.
somebody like close to my MMR or just for, I mean, content. Because sometimes people are cool or whatever, and you can just like geek and riff and shit with them while you play. But sometimes I play with randoms on Hunt. And so I accidentally joined this dude, or he accidentally joined me or something. He's EU, but we were in NA for some reason. And yo, it was like you could hear the racism chip activate in his brain.
Oh my god, we were talking about this earlier this week. Oh my god.
It was I think it might have been last night. It was probably like last night or the night before, where I was referencing chat. I think we were spinning the block on the anti-race mixing allegations yet again or something. And I mentioned that I'm black, and he was like, "Oh." Like made exactly that sound, yo. And then asked me if I wanted to fucking be if I wanted to like headcanon that we were slave hunters on Hunt Showdown. Like,
Bro,
we're actually we're in the bayou tracking runaway slaves. And I'm like, nah, bro, we can't do that. It can't be that.
Hold up.
He thought you were gonna say
Time out. I got an important question. Because like when this happened, you had two options. You could have either just disconnected the game, or you could have just shot the nigga.
Nah, you know that game's got permadeath. You know I had to run the ones, but then I immediately I was like, all right, GG, see you later. Got him to fee 5-4 fuck up out of there.
Bruh, at least you had to run him to runs, because I'm dead. Nah, nigga, you want to hunt slaves? We'll show you what that looks like, motherfucker. Like,
I fucking,
Nigga.
I mean, I backpacked him. I'm
I
like,
immediately clapped back. I was like, no, actually, I like that Dave Chappelle sketch. What if actually we are slave master killers? I really love that idea. That we're going from plantation to plantation and we're just killing all the white people. Is that cool, Mr. Man? You cool with that? I'm down it. Let's go.
Nah, I hit the other Dave Chappelle, like the ending where we're just sitting at the table and then I just pick up a glass of water and throw it and take off running. That's pretty much what
He's
it is.
like, oil? What are you talking about? Oil? You cooking, bitch? We're like,
We finish the game, we get the bounty, my character is safe, and I'm just like, all right, man. All right, well, thanks for playing. I'll see you later. I'm out.
Yeah, right.
just blast his ass with that explosive ass devil spear.
Chap Mike
Fucking weird ass. And I was
you haven't said much.
I was about to let him cook because he was like, yeah, I fucking lobby the schools in my area for like the LGBT
Can I
community
do
and
something
shit.
real quick? Like,
What?
I just wanna attack your chat real quick.
Sorry.
It's nothing serious. It's just the audacity to come in, hear a bunch of niggas chilling, and then to be like, yo, Professor Sunday, the most boring white man alive, is doing something. Like, this ain't that chat, homie. Like, no shade, but this ain't that chat,
Yeah.
bro. Like,
I've
you're not
had-
allowed to stop for the most boring of boring white content creators. I'm
But we
sorry.
did.
No.
I've had Professor Sunday blocked for months. I unblocked him by mistake because of that Katie, who was equally white, for like
Who was equally white?
bug flew on my eye. Shit.
Aren't people
I was talking
monetizing
about
Twitter Rage
a
at this
little
point?
Sorry.
Well, they literally just announced it.
See, now I'm good. I'm blocking
that
everyone,
now,
everything, everywhere.
yeah, that now that creators can get paid from, like, Twitter Blue users can get paid from the ads. So yeah, now people arguing under their shit and sharing it will, you know, benefit them. I've been saying for a while. I said it, I've been saying on my Twitter for a while that, like, yo, why are we arguing with these people? They're literally rage baiting us. They're saying intentionally wrong shit because they know we're going to engage.
It's nothing but blocks and parries. It's all blocks and parries.
And I need y'all niggas to hold on to that, not making snide fucking quips on Twitter. I need y'all niggas to hold on the block, goddamn it.
Like, that's what,
Hold
the thing is,
on
like,
the block.
that's what, like, I don't like half these people. I don't know any of the, you, like, Professor Sunday. I was like these are foreign names to me. Like, I stay so far out of this shit. Like, arguing with these
Lucid
people.
Kitty, I'm not.
I have
You great. You
no
golden.
idea
Hold up.
who
great
who
and
any of
golden.
these people are. And I'm like, and I stay on
Right.
Twitter. Like, I stay on Cornbread to Twitter, but I just do not engage at all. Like,
I was
have
gonna say,
no desire to argue with someone on fucking line.
on that note, we haven't really let Frackle talk. He's been
Yeah, Frackle or Black Susan.
Oh no, I'm being quiet.
So there was a thread of the discussion that y'all were having that I wanted to pull on a little bit because it's actually something that I've been deep diving, researching into, and trying to come up with and trying to construct an essay around, and that is you weren't explicitly talking about this, but it's about the nature and definition of culture, which is a term that gets thrown around a lot, and I don't feel like it's properly understood. And the thread that I wanted to pull on was you were talking about how especially, like, white people have that knee-jerk reaction of, like, the good old days of gaming and stuff. And so let me just 1 second. So one thing that's really strange and underreported about in, like, the gaming space, and especially different disparate gaming cultures, is the first people on the ground typically in and this is amplified even more for any subscription-based games or any new systems, are going to be like your white middle class population.
Oh,
So
for sure.
they enter on the floor and they get to basically preemptively produce whatever the culture is of that particular fandom, of that particular game. This actually ties in a little bit to a discussion that Endless, you had I want to say like a year ago, that's been stuck in my brain for quite a while, where you were talking to an artist about how when you were growing up, you played a different, like, set of games than, like, your white peers did because of like proximity to friends only needing like one cartridge to play it, etc. And them having like a lot of the like newest stuff that they had to like pay monthly for or whatever. And it
I
was
think
like,
I just actually ironically had a conversation about that with Lucid
yeah,
not long
and
ago.
what's like the byproduct of that is it oversaturates a lot of these spaces with white people and white perspectives. And by the time other demographies enter into the space, the culture is already so, like, it's full of the Alabaster Armada that it is very hostile, and there is a
Yo, what's up,
reaction
princess?
to that culture clash that people have of just like, oh well, you know, we were just having fun and now we can't.
Right, yeah.
And it's something that I don't think gets really examined enough. So I've been trying to construct an essay and a narrative around that, starting from gaming, but then extrapolating that even further into how communities and neighborhoods interact or don't interact, and the way segregation operates, the way like white churches operate to control communities, and
It's like
long
corporate
story
culture as well.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, Freckle. I would say like maybe like when like another time like check as Endless said, check out our talk that we had on my YouTube channel. Like I'm not trying to promote, but it's like he said, like we did actually have a conversation about how that being in these fields kind of, or trying to be into these certain things like gaming and stuff, really almost isolated us from other Black people because those spaces were so heavily white.
Yeah.
So
I want to
I
say
think that might be a good jumping off point if you want to check that. And also, if you could turn your volume up just a little bit, your game or something, Freckle. But who? Yeah, Susan, or is that Princess?
Okay. All right. So I just want to say that okay. So first of all, I'm from California. So I feel like I've never been out of California, and I feel like when you guys talk about how it's being Black and South, it's a bit different. But like for me,
on that side,
when it comes to gaming, something I noticed, because I'm a fighting game person, and I constructed a gaming club at my school so we could play, and for the most part, it's like that's the games that Black people play. I feel so alienated trying to play first-person shooters. I think that's how, I don't know. I think it's because you kind of have to go outside, or rather, at least for the games I played, going outside is an integral part to getting better. Like, you can't really grind online. So, I feel like, I don't know, thoughts?
That wasn't a thing until 2009. Like, I remember, like, I think we talked about that actually, where like the FGC, like, part of the reason why the FGC is so Black is because fighting games are intrinsically, inherently multiplayer games. So they're games that you can share and get one, pass it around or whatever, and competitive.
I won't even, and not just that, but something I even just thought about this very second is how fighting games are one of the few games where there would be a Black person in the game for you to play. Right? Tekken, Eddie Gordo, all the goddamn
Kombat,
time.
Jax, come on now.
Exactly, right? So like fighting games were some of the few games that there was enough characters, playable characters in the game that there was probably going to be a Black person to play.
True.
Yes.
They have to have a diverse cast. It's just inherent to the game.
Yeah.
I also theorize that MMOs are one of the whitest genres for a number of reasons.
Oh, fuck yeah.
Also, I think that I feel like fighting games are more culturally aligned with what Black people like. At least I do. Like, I feel like
competition, like straight
like Dragon Ball Z, I mean, boxing.
Yeah,
true.
No, that actually makes a lot.
Sports games,
martial arts movies.
Yeah, it's
But,
definitely on that time. Definitely on that time.
Oh, I don't mean to. Sorry, I don't mean to cut the conversation off, but I gotta get out. So I got work in the morning.
It's nice meeting you.
Good luck.
Yeah, absolutely.
Thanks for hanging out, Ellie.
Of course. Yeah. All right. Bye.
Lucy, can you throw your channel in the chat, please? Because I don't think that I'm following you, and I would like to.
Oh, wait, hi, Freckle.
Freckle, can you turn up your gain? I couldn't really understand what you were saying.
Sorry,
Your voice is too smooth. It's too buttery.
Could you post your channel in the chat? Because I'd like to give you a follow.
Are you talking to me?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. You're a bet. Thank you. Yeah, let me pull that for you. Appreciate it.
It's big boy Freckle.
We can run through if we're about to do you know what I'm saying, we're about to cook. We can just run through, everybody do introductions and stuff.
Yeah,
I feel like that would be
I wanna
appropriate.
go first. I wanna go first.
Yeah, go, ladies first.
Hello. It's Bank, your favorite toxic mod. I make content, you're there, kind of sort of. I'm trying to get back into streaming because I'm gonna stream maybe tomorrow Sunday, depending, because I got work. But it's your favorite fucking toxic ass mod. Always getting niggas and shit. Always
Absolutely.
got the big old bonk ready. And yeah, that's just how it is. I go by she, her. No, she, they. Excuse me, she, they. And yeah, I'm just here. Hey, look at you. Your favorite Southerner.
been missing you, Bink.
Okay. I miss you too, Freckle. We should geek sometime. No, but
Yeah,
yeah,
we should.
I'm done.
Who's next? Who's introducing sex next? Who's next?
You, because you talking.
Oh, I'm talking. Okay. Well, I'm
You on
I'm
the
Lucid.
floor.
You know, shit. Yeah, I'm Lucid. You know, I run the channel, The Lucid Kitty. I run mostly on YouTube, and I try to bring on Black creators and different artists. Occasionally, sometimes non-Black creators if they have really something interesting I want to hear, and really just try to expand the conversation on kind of digital Black content and what kind of control we have over it. Because what really started is that I hate the fact that so much Black content is made by not Black people.
True.
Okay, next person.
So I'm Frackle. I am. I'm a Florida man. I
Oh, yeah.
am deep into like community resilience building efforts, food not bombs, taking care of the unhoused community except here as best I can. I fuck with police and prison abolition and those sorts of things. I have a YouTube channel. I've been slower than I care to get things up on lately, just because I've been so saturated with on-the-ground work that I've really not been able to keep up with Twitch and YouTube as much as I would like to.
Right.
But I've got a few things cooking. Yeah.
I just want to say it's Frackle, aka the other mod. Our favorite token white boy. The one that's always on code, fellow Negro. If I would say so myself, homeboy always be spitting the bars, and yeah, that's just Frackle. Frackle's a soft-spoken one, so you know how to get all big and loud for him real quick. A little round of applause for Frackle. Yay, token! Yeah, woo, woo.
I appreciate you so
one.
much, Pink.
I just imagine Princess riding Frackle's back like Rihanna, like on his shoulders, like yo, it's Frackle up in here.
What's next?
All right,
Okay.
well, we got Pyro and then Susan.
Oh, is that my turn to go? Okay.
I guess
I'm
so, you spoke.
Pyro. Yeah, I'm Pyro. You don't know where to find me. You will never know where to find me, but know that I'm always listening. And I'm the nigga that will always be talking some common sense to whoever I find to have a conversation with.
That sounds like the creepiest shit ever. He's like, you ain't gonna see me, you ain't gonna find me, but I'm watching ya.
That's how it is. That's how it is. Ask Endless. I just be hopping into random ass streams,
Chilling.
and I'm just like, yo,
In the cut.
let me just be the voice of reason real quick. Why the fuck are y'all stupid? And then that's the panel for the night. I got it on record, and that's why I say it. Y'all don't know me. You're not gonna know me, but I know y'all. I see some of y'all in other chats. I see how y'all roll. I know how Endless roll. I know how Bink roll. I love me some Frackle. I just met Black Eyed Susan. She seems pretty cool. Lucid Kitty's always a blast. So it's like, I'm just here to fucking vibe.
Hell yeah.
Oh yeah, what's up, Lucy?
Me too, Betty. Me too.
What's up, Black
Let's
Eyes?
All right,
Susan?
Susan, it's up to you.
I'm sorry. I just needed time to think. I don't know. My name is Susan, and I like video games and shit. I'm just trying not to be homeless, and I'm an artist, and yeah, I like video games. Also, hi.
Hello.
Very good to meet you.
Oh, yeah.
Hell yeah, hell
all right.
yeah.
I'm your humble
Alright, so-
host,
so-
Endless Cemetery, and
Also, California.
I'm forklift certified.
I love that
Anyway,
so
we
much
need
into
some
every
move.
introduction.
Panel.
We got
I'm
Endless.
tired of y'all. I'm doing beef with everybody just because I'm doing beef. I'm just playing.
Yo, I
that's
just-
really
yo,
all you need
so
to know
Endless,
about me.
I just-
forklift certified.
I just put a link in the chat, Endless. Like, remember that game I was telling you about that I was like playtesting? Like,
oh, word, yeah,
it's like
yeah.
it's like Apex and League of Legends like smashed together.
Word.
That sounds
So-
OD.
Right, yo, I just put the link in the chat. If you guys go there, you can sign up for like playtesting, and you might get a code before they do the next playtesting in a week or so.
Sick.
Okay,
I'm
do I
looking for
get
a team.
paid?
I need
So
3 more
that-
people. I need 3 more people to join me on. You know,
I'm doing it. I'm
But do
join
I
doing
the
it.
get
squad.
paid? Like, that's the
we'll
question.
do it.
I mean, no, I mean it's free playtest. You know what I mean?
I
Shit.
never thought about just because you said something that's interesting. I never really thought about first person shooters being like, you know what I'm saying? But then it's just like, you know, you start thinking about the Columbine, you know what I'm saying? And
White
like
Yeah.
people love them some gun.
they do.
True.
But I'm a person who's historically loved first person shooters. Like when GoldenEye dropped, my dad got me GoldenEye and I fuck with GoldenEye heavy. But I had my best friend when I was like in elementary school was a white boy and they fuck with guns heavy. So they used to get
Yeah.
like all the like the Soldier of Fortunes and fucking all them shits. So I used to play them all and
Thanks
I
for the
played
subscription. Thanks for the subscription, Frackle.
Oh hell yeah.
Hell yeah.
And
Hey, yo.
Bellamy is yelling at you, endless before Bellamy starts jumping back in here, talking shit about you.
we'll play Hunt. Speaking of first person shooters and doing white people shit, because I am a white woman.
Better use that white privilege.
Yeah.
Get yourself into college.
I am a
Hey, yo,
white woman.
Affirmative
Pyro.
action.
What's up?
Hey, yo, Pyro. I just want to ask you because you was in chat. Yo, was I losing my shit, yo? On that stream, I feel like I was stuck into a wall.
You don't want my answer on that.
No, and now I want your genuine like critique for real.
You was wrong. You was just like undeniably wrong.
Damn.
What we talking about? What happened?
We was in Joe Lewis's chat. We was talking
Oh,
about
okay.
some shit, and then like the conversation about like black migrants and immigrants versus American descendants of slavery. And the specific point that was being contended was the fact that like immigrants specifically, not refugees, when we look at it all intersectional, like there is like the boost in like financial gain because, you know, traveling across a fucking ocean, having a country to go back to, that type of thing. What I don't agree with is how fundamentalist people were being about it and pointing that out like it's the only thing that matters, when what I was trying to point out of like, yeah, that's a thing, but once you get here, unless it's explicitly known that you're one of like the immigrants with money, you are just treated like a nigga.
That's what I was trying to get at, but I got lost in the weeds. I'll say that.
Yeah, I mean, like, I see what you're saying. I think, and I'm not sure where the contentious point, like what the argument was, but like when I hear that, he's like, can I say as someone who's like lived elsewhere, like I've been in a country where I was the only Black American for a 50-kilometer radius.
Well, I think
I
when
can
contention-
hold up. I can just hear Bellamy's eyebrow twitching right now. I just fucking
Well, I
hear
think-
Bellamy's eyebrow twitching.
well, they can come in and talk about it. Cool. Like I won't.
You know,
want people to know.
so it's not so much like, you know, they get treated. Yes, they get treated like that, but I feel like, you know, there can
No,
be this
Shijinky
kind of
Dick.
dis-
I
cognitive
appreciate you
dissonance
coming
that's
in and
like,
hanging
oh,
out.
hey, you know, we are better than them because we have resources, right? I've experienced like dealing with Africans, right, or people like from like having friends like from like Nigeria and being like their interpretation, and this is like in high school and stuff, but their interpretation of Black Americans is not good because of the media they are fed.
Well, no, I understand
Yeah,
that, but like
and then they bring that shit here.
From my point of view, the disagreement between Bink and the people in Joe Lewis's chat were like the people in Joe Lewis's chat were trying to do this weird thing where it's like erasing the blackness from Black immigrants because of like that financial aspect. That like, yeah, sure, it might be there, and you know we should probably analyze it to see exactly how racism deals with class and shit and wealth. But like to sit there and then like be like, and that's what makes them separate from like American Black people. That's a bit fucking weird. And I think that was
No,
the
it
main
is weird.
disagreement.
It is weird.
My,
Yeah.
I guess
They're
my
not
thing
separate.
is,
I
like,
agree.
I guess my thing is like, and I've said this like while I was on stream, the reason why the conversation really aggravated me when we focus on like finance so much is because really and truly, in my opinion, just with interacting with Black immigrants, and like people like who are first generation American, where I'm, excuse me, my brain is not working. I just came from work. I'm sorry, but those people in my area, really and truly, though, this whole wealth thing depends on like what generation you talking about that's coming over here and like when they came over. Because as I said before, like I'm not trying to like be on no shit, but all the girls know you have to get your papers. So, and niggas don't get papers. Like I remember my grandma telling me, like, not gonna lie, one of the things, like the whole thing of hey yo, if you're on a boat and you're in the Gulf of Mexico, and this is a Florida law for Aquano, this is a Florida law for a hot minute. Hey yo, if you can swim to shore, you get citizenship.
Yeah.
That's it. So like I like my family is old. My mom and my grandma is old. So that is the type of energy that I grew up with. We did not grow up with like any type of wealth. And that's also the thing that like is understanding the dynamic when it comes onto wealth, because what are you defining as wealth, in my opinion? Because coming over here and saying you have wealth is all fine and dandy. Like coming over here and you being a doctor or a lawyer, whatever, that's all cool. But you also understand that in other countries, how much it costs to come over here in the first place. And also when it comes onto the currency, because I've said this before, it's like $20 in like if you were to give me $1 and I were to go to Jamaica, that's like $20. So you can be easily rich when you go back into Jamaica. And that's
but like that's part of the calculation that like, again, and it's not a pretty one, and I will like 100% agree with you that you gotta 100% looking at the generations coming here. But like when making that bare calculation of just wealth, I can tell you right now, like for me personally, it don't really fucking matter, because no nigga that was a descendant of slavery really got the opportunity to say, yo, I'm gonna migrate to another country, except for that little bit of time that Lincoln was like, yo, let's send niggas to Africa. Like, if you were a nigga, we're going to just ship you to Africa.
Oh,
like,
no, you could. No, I'm gonna tell you this straight up. I'm gonna be so dead serious with you. You can probably, like, if you really wanted to move, you could move to another country. I'm gonna keep it a beast.
You gonna say that? You gonna say that, and you gonna literally be dead wrong. Like, no,
I'm so
Princess,
serious.
I will argue that America is actually one of the easier countries to move into. You'll be surprised how many countries have actually a lot of rules in place to keep people from just moving in and owning property and such.
Okay, that's cool and all, but the reason why, and I said this is just relative to Jamaica, the reason why I personally say that is because $20 can literally last you around like a week. To be honest with you, just on food, like a week, and you can just buy shit on the market for dirt ass fucking cheap. It does not take a long time to it does not take a whole bunch of money to live in Jamaica. Period. Like straight up. That's why niggas leave and then come back, because by the time you come back, you're just so dirt ass fucking rich. Like there's literally no point. That's what I'm trying to explain. Like the comparison in currency is disgusting.
Yeah, but like that goes into it. Like, even in countries where the currency is different, you have to have enough wealth in that country to move to the United States. And it's not some easy process. The United States of America has one of the most stringent fucking like border fucking controls on the planet.
I'm not saying it's easier, but that's what I'm saying. I feel like people take like the way that we talk, like, oh, I'm just gonna move to Canada. Like, if
I'm not saying.
Get like, I was like, Canada's just not gonna take you.
I'm not saying like I'm not saying
I'm stuck here.
Yeah.
That's what
I'm not saying that like you're saying that. I'm saying that like just as a nigga, if you want to move to the United States, just based on the countries where niggas are, congratulations, you have one of the most uphill battles of your fucking life. But then if you can afford it, and if you can get all the papers and you can move here, you are in a better position than most American descendants of slavery who never got that option, who watched the American economy get better, and then really fucking horrible. And then the entire time, they just not really had the money.
I don't know. I just feel like it's just, let's put it this way, and this is why it kind of makes it, from my position, it's really weird is because it's just, and from my perspective, it's literally just another fucking country. It's another fucking country with piss poor ass fucking, shit. And they just moved. That's all that fucking happened. You moved. Congratulations. Like,
But that's the thing.
yeah.
Like, there's money in that.
I, as I said, it depends on
It depends
what
on how you get
generation
here.
you're talking about and if you have an occupation or not. Because I've said this before. My grandma, you know how my grandma came over here? By selling candy by the school. Like, she literally didn't, like, she had, like, she did hair. That's it. She did hair and she sold candy. And she moved up here with my parents. Not my parents, my mom.
Oh shit!
Like,
Forgot we're supposed to be
niggas,
building a game up.
like, niggas depends. It literally depends on your situation. And majority of niggas, I'm sorry, do not have an like occupation like that. I'm sorry.
Yeah, but that's literally what I'm saying. Because, like, I'm talking broadly. If we want to talk specific instances, I'm not saying every fucking migrant or every fucking immigrant who comes here has got the leg up. Obviously, there are a lot, and I mean a lot of fucking personal stories that we have both heard where it's like, nah, niggas came here to escape a raw end of the deal and they clawed their way up.
The person who was in chat was acting like everybody come here with like $1 billion and shit, and like everybody come here with doctors and lawyers, and it's like that is not the reality.
Again,
Hold up.
my thing. I'll just say.
So are we arguing with someone that was in a different chat?
Yes, being like,
okay, so I think we're all on the same page though. that we do not agree with.
Yeah, everybody, because
there's nuance.
Yeah, I was just gonna say, feel free to add or whatever, because I'm probably not gonna take a lot of time, but like, I feel like it's just that if American culture, like this specific country, like kind of get into what Bink was saying, is like it was just, in a sense, it's just another country to emigrate to. It just happens to be the imperial core. It's the country with more or less the most opportunity, because there's the more or less like there's just a lot of fucking, if they're in that proximity, like a country like Jamaica or something like that, right? It makes sense to at least try to hustle mind, grind set your way to something, because you can just like get those fucked up jobs that don't require papers and shit. The people that want to that are exploitative, and because black people in this country, like what blackness is, what it historically has meant, like conceptually from when it was invented, has always meant like the bottom of the ladder. You know what I mean?
I feel like
we're that permanent subclass, and that's just how we were invented. And so that was just a space that was made because, like, for capitalism to work, that space just needs to exist, period. So like when you have immigrants and anything that just kind of challenges your conception, your way of life or whatever, you can just like put those people down in that pocket that's already there. And depending on how much easier it is for them to conform to whatever it is that makes you most comfortable, like, physical features or spoken language or, whatever, it gives you closer proximity to whiteness, to like the top like rung or whatever. But I don't necessarily think it's a thing where it's like, yeah, this person, I think it's to say that all immigrants have a leg up because it requires a certain amount of money to get here is definitely a misunderstanding of what it takes to get here and why people come here in certain cases. Beyond refugees, still just talking about immigrants by definition.
Yeah, my bad, y'all. This is I'll say it's a sensitive topic for me, so my bad, yo. Like, Pyro, you was gonna say something?
Yeah.
No, I'm good.
No, like, yeah. So like while Emma's boots it up, I just wanted to kind of put the final point on it, where I think the overall problem with this conversation is the fact that there's a willful misunderstanding of the systematic plays of classism and immigration and basically what because this you can play this into kind of like when it comes to like Korean communities, right? Korean stores and such like that in Black communities where it's like, hey, we build the businesses, but it's like, yo, but those businesses were also, put in certain neighborhoods to compete to keep certain demographics from having stores, right? So it's like, while there are many,
it doesn't necessarily
set a leg up.
It doesn't necessarily have to be that. It's just that this area that we already don't give a fuck about, that's meant for the people that we don't give a fuck about, already exists. You know what I mean? Why create this other area for why create anti-Korean people area when we already have the camp? You know what I mean? The camp already exists, so just put the people there, and we're gonna give them preferential treatment anyway because we have different views of them. So that's just kind of how it works out. It doesn't necessarily have to be a thing where they're put there intentionally to outcompete with other Black people or whatever. It's just like, this is the area that's meant for the untouchables or the invisible people, you know what I mean, and immigrants who don't.
But you do have to think about the fact that like they were giving,
at least sometimes.
because they were giving loans while we were not giving loans.
Oh
yeah, we were not giving loans in the same area that they were allowed to have loans. So that's where the really intentional part is, where it's like, you can have they can have Black hair care stores in your neighborhood, but you can't have Black hair store, in your own neighborhood, right? And then it compounds to the point where now, so many years later, a Black woman can finally now have a hair care store, but there are no Black suppliers. And now the suppliers are like, there are literal stories of Black hair care stylists and stuff being squeezed out because the suppliers won't sell to them because they're in competition with the Korean stores and such.
I think part of that, what complicates a conversation like that, is some of it comes down to a fundamental misunderstanding by, it sounds like especially the person who was popping off, in actually understanding the data they're talking about. So if they're talking averages, there probably is some truth that someone who can afford to sustain themselves through the years of paperwork process it takes to get through our broken immigration system and has job lined up here, it will skew towards people who are not well off but aren't in abject poverty. That said, there still is a substantial number of the immigrant population who it still is in abject poverty. And that's even just people who are going through the immigration system. Right. That's not talking about undocumented immigrants, which is an entirely different track, an entirely different set of data, which much harder.
Yeah. Because many of those people, which people don't like to talk about, because it's not to the Republican side, is that many of those undocumented flew here, right? These are people that flew here and overstayed their visa, right? Not even work visa; they're just travel visa. They're I lived in the Middle East. Like I lived in Doha, Qatar. There are no home. That's why I say things like it is like America's far easier to immigrate to than many people consider. Because as someone who lived in the Middle East, you do not see homeless people there. If you do not have a job, if you are not sponsored by someone, if you do not go to school, you are out.
Damn, you gotta get the fuck up out of there.
Out. The minute I graduated, out. Right? Like I could not stay there. My dad worked there. No, they're like, no. You, what are you doing here though? Yeah. Are you gonna be like jobless? Like, no, you gotta go. Unless you have a job here, you gotta go. Like that. Like you can't just fucking live in the country.
Says you gotta
lose.
One of the folks that I routinely check in on and get food to.
Bellamy, I cannot hear. I don't think any of us can hear you. I definitely cannot.
Oh, Belly's talking.
Yeah.
I'm. How about now?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. That's better.
Yeah.
I still don't like y'all.
Okay.
What?
Okay, but you like me, right?
Bink. Hey, this nigga was talking about Merrick earlier.
You are the first person to bring Merrick up this entire stream.
I don't know. Look,
I like
if there's any consolation, I don't know who that is.
I like the rest of y'all niggas, but we like Bink.
I like Bink. Bink is my twin.
Twinning in.
Just to share this anecdote, one of the folks I regularly check in on and get food to is Eduardo. He's from Cuba. He did go through the process, and he is here. He has emigrated here, and his father died last year back in Cuba. He was unable to go to see the funeral of his own dad's death, because if he did, he would be unable to get back into the country.
Right.
Yeah. And that's right. And that's what I'm saying.
really
Like,
fucked up.
because even when my experience, like the immigration laws have changed so radically in these last few years, right? So when I even say that like America was easy, that is very much of that. Historically, it's been much easier than any other country.
That's
But
what
lately, it's
that's what I'm. That's
Yeah.
why I was talking about like the whole wealth thing, because in my opinion, as I said, because the whole generations like Gen Z or whatever the case may be, that is what I see. Like when I see people who are like in their 40s, people who are in like their late 30s, people who are in their 50s, their 60s, and they came over here, and they just came over here. Like they came over here. It wasn't no
So
well,
it
you were
seems
dark.
nice.
Like it wasn't
Yeah.
like that.
Mickey, you ready yet? What are you doing?
I'm picking
Well, also,
some guns.
60,
I gotta get
70
more
years
guns.
ago,
Yeah, DJ Blaze. DJ Blaze. Like generally, that like people that have that conversation, I feel like tend to bring that kind of stuff up in bad faith.
Yeah,
where
no,
they're absolutely trying to like. It's the same thing I said with Twitter. Like they're trying to say something that knows that is going
Lucid
to
Ghost.
get us engaging.
I will actually, because like on the Joe Lewis panel, I was the one that brought it up.
Ah,
Yeah, because I was,
Also,
in fact,
really quick, I'm gonna grab a drink, and also I want to say shout out to Shajinky Dink.
gotcha.
But I'll be right back.
But, like,
I'm grabbing some fucking.
I was the one who brought it up on the panel because I was doing specifically what Bink was talking about and referencing a specific period in time. And I was referencing the point in time specifically where like America decided we would let in people from the black countries.
Right.
yeah.
Yeah, what Bink is talking about is them weird motherfuckers in chat who like, yeah, you guys are right. Like, oh, it's 100 about statistics and facts. The reason I bring it up is because I recognize it's something that is a very, very hard intersection to talk about, but it needs to be talked about or else it'll be played against us. It's one of those things that, like, if we don't address and have this conversation where motherfuckers get out and they just spit the facts, like, sooner or later, you're gonna have some weird-ass conservative being like, well, what about the black immigrants who make more money than you? And that always happens. It always fucking happens.
What?
That's the type of energy that I got in chat and why it like pissed me off so much, because it's like, okay, we're talking about black immigrants, that's cool. We can talk about wealth, that's cool, but that doesn't negate the blackness, because that
Exactly.
that same person, to be honest with you, and this is why I high key need to. I'm sorry, I'm gonna talk the joke because that nigga high key need to get blocked the fuck out of his channel. But he did that same exact thing when it came on to Asian Americans, talking about how Asian people don't experience racism, how are they oppressed, X, Y, and Z. They did the same exact thing.
What the fuck? Trying to say-
Okay, I didn't see that shit. I was not involved. I take no accountability for
No,
that
I
one.
was just, no, I was just saying.
I came back at a wild time.
I want to know who said that. Is that so?
I was just saying,
It's complicated.
Yeah, I came back right when the other shit hit.
Oh, let me call my daddy. Let him know.
It's complicated. We not gonna litigate some other niggas chatting endless and stream. That's just corny as shit.
Yeah,
But
you know
god damn. G-bus.
But one thing I will say is, I feel like 9 times out of 10 when people say that, they just completely fucking forget that there's dark people in Asia. Just
Facts.
completely
Yeah.
fucking.
Yeah. Old niggas in
No,
there.
we definitely had that conversation with Bellamy
whole
last time.
niggas
That like
in
nobody
Asia.
talks about Laos. Nobody talks about Laos.
My
Bro,
boyfriend's
time out.
The
That's
Philippines.
not true. That's not true. People only talk about Laos in one respect, and that's when they're mentioning King of the Hill, because that is the only show, to my knowledge, with an actual
Yes.
Laotian fucking family and like actual characters that
You know
aren't
what? Fair.
stereotypes.
I never really watched King of the Hill like that, so fair.
It's
The
pretty
only
good.
time I
Alright, you
ever
ready,
hear
Bobby?
Laotian people brought up is in reference to that fucking show.
Their food is nice.
Is it bad that I never watched King of the Hill?
No,
No,
it's a.
Aren't you like
it's
Gen
a-
Z or something?
It's
Yeah.
not even a Gen Z
Yeah.
thing. It's a really dry white ass show. Like
It's pretty
Nah,
dry. You get.
It
It's
was
an
on Adult
acquired
Swim.
taste.
it's just
It's
kind
the
of
kind of show that you had to have grown up like there's nothing else to watch, so
Yes.
you just were
You just had to
forced
be there.
watch it, and
Just
you're
had to
like,
be there.
oh,
Say you had
all
to
right,
be
this was
there.
all right.
You just get
That
invested
boat
in the
ain't right.
character. You
fought
just
that
get
shit until I was
invested,
19
like,
in a motel.
Nah, King of the Hill is one of those shows where like you're forced to watch it, and then like you just get invested in some of like the characters themselves. It's not a show with any plot. It's Family Guy without any of the jokes or like the actual humor. It's dry
It's
as
better-
shit.
No, it's a little funny.
It's dry. No,
more real.
I'm being honest. As a man who likes the show, it's dry as shit. It's really,
But
really
that's like
weird.
but that's the humor.
boomer
It's a very dry way.
Yeah.
It's meant to feel so normal and mundane.
Yeah.
Like I didn't understand
That's
that
what
about
it-
That's the-
Seinfeld. I
that's the
still hate
appeal about
Seinfeld. Like I still
Oh,
fucking hate
because
Seinfeld. but-
No, Seinfeld's not King of the Hill. Seinfeld's just unfunny.
No,
Seinfeld is just something that every
King of the
boomer
Hill's an
convinced
acquired
himself to
taste.
like. Yes,
Yeah.
King of the Hill's an acquired taste. Seinfeld is just not funny. Like,
Who was it that
You
made the comment about the Middle East? If you don't have a job, you're out.
I said that.
Okay. So it occurs to me, this is a very different thing, but it also
Go ahead,
occurs to
Dave,
me
Brian, shut up.
that our data that actually gets reported on about immigrants, their status, their median income and stuff, is going to be even more skewed because the moment they are unemployed, most immigrants are no longer considered immigrants. They are like considered fugitives because of the way that our system
Yeah.
is set up. So it further perverts the data and creates a very different unrealistic view of things.
Yeah, I didn't even think about that.
Which is, just like, kind of remnants of our vagrancy laws from back in Jim Crow.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, also, I think that part of the reason why America's more so-called easy to immigrate to is because our infrastructure relies on them.
that's not
Like
my
the
point.
exploitation.
That's not my
True.
point. Like, I hold the exact opposite.
No, that
point
was my point. That was my point.
Yeah,
you
like
know.
I hold the exact opposite point. America's one of the hardest countries to immigrate
Now
to
it
because
is,
of our
yeah.
broken racist immigration
Now.
system.
Now it
I
is.
think it's
but that's my point,
always
is
been
that- Not
like
always.
that.
I'm thinking about people
No,
who are down the
I-
street, I'm
I
in
will
California.
I will
on the
argue
border
with that
here.
as a child of immigrants.
Where are we going?
I will argue as a West Indian immigrant, child of West Indian immigrants. I will argue that no, that is not the case. It was much
True.
easier.
I'm
It was
not gonna.
much easier
I'm
to
not gonna
immigrate
argue that
back
it's
then.
not. I'm not gonna argue that the current system isn't shittier than what we had before. But I think it's safe to say that with America, we've always had a kind of
Oh,
a
there's
broken,
people. There's
shitty,
people.
rachist immigration system.
We.
I'm not
I
saying we
will- I
didn't,
will-
but what I'm saying is the world did not have a better.
Right in his fucking brain, dog. And the other person died to the bees because they're goofy.
they got me.
Hit nobody, man. I was hurt. I was trying.
I will say yes to both, and the way
There's
that
still people here.
it may have been easier, but the laws were dictated in a more racist and specific way.
Just heard a gunshot.
Just like
Yeah, there's still people here.
It's loud in here, man.
both could be equally the same. Like
I mean, two things can be true at the same time.
Yeah, that.
Damn, he got
Nuance.
Yeah.
Get beer
I'm watching this
bash.
nigga.
I
I'm
returned
watching this
fire.
nigga get shot.
But yeah, just
I'm about to
just
die.
to
That's
let-
it. That's it. That's it. Fuck me. Fuck me.
You better stop dying.
Fuck!
Oh.
There was nothing I could do. That sucks.
But yeah, like there for me, and I said this like while we were on stream or everything, the gap between a black immigrant and an African American shouldn't be so exaggerated. Like it's two completely different foreign beings. Like I don't think that should be a case. And I feel like that's that type of energy people are going. Like I told my mom and my grandma what happened, and they were like, not gonna lie, like black African like black Americans don't like see us as black. And I'm like, damn, like I don't need to be hearing that from old people.
See, I'm gonna be real with you, Bink. I think that's something that just needs to be discussed so we can get the fuck over it. Cause we can't be a bunch of divided, disasperate ass niggas who are all, downtrodden and oppressed by like the same system trying to fight against it. We gotta be like, one and together. So like
No,
us
that's what
fucking
I'm saying.
yeah, like okay, good. Like I was about to say,
But
like,
that- but that's
I
what- but I
believe
think- but I think
we
to-
gotta
but I
do
think
this
to-
together and have this
But I
conversation.
think to Points' point is that that this is this is the poison, that this is the insidiousness of white supremacy. That it's just that everyone should be working together against this. Like, we all have vested interest, all the way up to white women, right?
Yeah,
but
nigga,
we're all
yeah.
busy like coming at each other, right? And it's one of those where I was saying about, like, you know, it is the media that they're fed. As someone who's been there, who has seen the media,
I get
that
Lucy
the
Kitty.
depictions is like, oh, this is how we are depicted.
Lucy Kitty,
right? And
I
having-
get that.
and, like,
It's quite
speaking- I mean,
it's quite literally
literally
like I'm
speaking-
saying. I'm saying we need to have these hard ass conversations that white supremacy has built up like through centuries. Because if we don't, this is going to be a hurdle that once we try and do our big gotcha, it's going to come back and bite us in the ass. You already see it happening like in the microcosms of communities that we have now. Like, once there actually gets to be some type of introspection, it usually breaks down with white women and white women tears. And we can't get past that, let alone like the actual deeper introspection.
Because I was
of, like,
gonna
the
say
black-
the conversation.
I have a question.
Yeah, what's up?
Real quick, I
Okay,
was just gonna
so-
say the conversation's low key already been had. If you could just like
Yeah.
listen to like Kwame Ture or any of them, but go ahead. Sorry,
Never mind.
sorry.
Like-
I didn't mean to cut you
No,
off.
no,
I'm
You
sorry.
good? You good?
You did lying.
Like that's why
What were
I
you saying,
said
Bellamy?
I
like,
feel bad.
I'm talking shit.
oh, I'm sorry, my
Oh,
bad.
okay.
I'm sorry. yo.
No, thanks.
I was just gonna say real quick, like that's why I said that like Black Power and Pan Africanism is powerful as fuck. Like, it genuinely is, and I think it's something that needs to be like more, like, people will be more aware of and be more instilled in like local communities. 'Cause I feel like it's slowly being washed away, if not already washed away, and it's just something like such an easy concept to grasp. That like, ayo, ayo, who like you're African, ayo, I'm African. Oh, like we can fight the good fight and like understand our differences, but also fight for one another. Like, it's really not that deep of that, yo. It really
It's
is.
really not.
It really is.
I mean, the problem ultimately comes down to it's capitalism, right? It's like we have the conversations back then. As I said, as someone who's dealing with this, like, I was in the Middle East when I was 17 years old, right? So this was way before like social media was this thing. So I was dealing with people I'm the first Black American they've ever met in their life, ever interacted with. Like, I literally had a Qatari man, like Qatari like fellow like student being like, "Yo, you can't be Black. You have a beard." And I'm like, what? I was like,
Wow.
yeah, you can't be Black. Black people don't have beards. And I'm like, my brain's almost short-circuiting to the point like these like white kids, like so white, like Hitler would love these kids. And they're like, no, that's racist. That is not true, right? These are like the only other Americans in the class, right? But like but he was so
My
like
man, no.
strong in his like, no, this is what I know. And this is the fact that like the white people next to me were like, dude, you are being wrong and racist and you need to stop.
They're mad as shit.
Right?
They're on the,
Right?
they're on the
Yeah.
This nigga faded.
I'm
I just wanna-
sorry, yo. The fucking bug flew on my eye like 30 minutes ago, and it's
This
completely
motherfucker.
fucking changed the course of my fucking night, yo. This shit sucks.
I just want to ask Pyro, like, what like complexities isn't addressed through Pan Africanism?
Any of them. The fact is, we live in a society in 2023 where Pan-Africanism, all of these movements of the past through white supremacy have been pretty much erased and deemed non-irrelevant. To bring them back, these conversations need to be had again. We cannot do what the white leftists do and just gesture vaguely at what niggas said in the past. We have to have these conversations themselves, because unfortunately,
All
the
right.
dead niggas of the past, in my opinion, aren't really getting us anywhere.
All right, I'll
We
be that
actually-
guy. I'll be that guy. Okay. Okay, so my thing is that like as a Black American, where I'm sitting, it always feels the other way around. Black Americans want to claim everybody, and everybody doesn't want to be claimed.
And that's a
But
valid.
like I said,
That's valid as fuck. That is 1,000% valid as fuck. And that's why I literally, oh my god, that is valid as fuck, and that's understandable as fuck. And when I say like Pan Africanism, I don't mean like erase what we have going on. What I'm saying is we can talk about our individualities and we can embrace our individualities, but also have it where we can talk about the oppressive system as a whole and fight against that as a whole. Like we can have our little keys and know what's going on, real talk. But when it's time to talk about it, we're going to talk about it. Other than that, we don't need to be beefing with one another like whole diaspora war shit. We don't need to be doing all
And
that.
that's not like I'm not trying to aim for some type of weird ass fucking diaspora war shit. I'm trying to do the serious, like, yo, let's actually talk about this. I am satisfied with the actual conversation that went on here after we like stopped ripping on the nigga from Joe Lewis's chat, because y'all niggas actually tore that shit apart, and that's the shit I'm aiming for. I'm aiming for a bunch of niggas who are smart enough to have this conversation and point out why these things are flawed, to have these conversations in this open online space now in the future, and not 100 years ago, in the words of niggas that, again, most of the society that has been fucking propagandized to believe the capitalist liberal lie of history ain't gonna read in the first place. So we need to bring those ideas, those things that we have read, and have those conversations again, as litigious and boring as it may fucking be.
I don't know,
And
man.
that's what I aim to do.
Are those same people? They're not gonna read those. Are they gonna listen to us though? That's kind of my pessimism. Is like, are these people listening to us?
They listen to me sometimes if I'm short and I'm funny.
Like,
I just whip people's asses on Mortal Kombat.
Like, to answer that question real quick. To answer that question real quick, honestly, yeah, I feel like these people are more likely to listen to a random stream they find of niggas just talking than they are to pick up a dense ass fucking Fred Hampton book, or a dense, like, a dense ass fucking book from like some nigga 100 years ago back in the days of sharecropping. Like, unfortunately, yeah.
That's more so like
Where we going, my nigga?
You know-
I see where we going.
you know, we on the same time, Power. I 1000% agree with you. When I say adhere to Pan-Africanism, I'm more so in that, like, we apply that to what's going on now and understand that what's going on now, if that makes sense. Like, this, like, I explained, like, the whole thing with, like, Black immigrants. Like, yes, financial well-being can play a role in privilege. Also, fetishization play a role in the privilege. And as a whole, and it's what I meant by Pan-Africanism, right? As a whole, Black people in general are fetishized, and Black people in a whole experience dynamic when they come onto class. But there's specific people who interact with it different, and that's more so like what I kind of mean by like, hey yo,
Where you at, my nigga?
you, but we can fight.
I got the clue.
There's an armor in here. Hold on, let me only you put the Frackle real quick, because I know Frackle's gonna have.
Yeah, I was just gonna say, like, I agree with all that. Like, I'm wrapping it up anyway because I realize it's going on long enough. So, like, I apologize, but like, I am in good faith. Like, I feel like we just need to have conversations. That's
Endless,
it.
were you hearing
Go
me
ahead,
thinking?
Frackle.
Yeah, I was hearing you thinking again, where I was just thinking about it really just depended, just like how we have conversations about how like whiteness isn't real, like it's just not a real concept. It really just depends on the like social conventions of the time, and like if you go throughout American history, you'll find like literal, like actual laws on the books pertaining to different minority groups. When we're talking about Filipino Americans, Japanese Americans, Chinese Americans,
Water demons.
So
whoever.
Water demons.
Water demons. Other demons.
That's fun.
And I actually wanted to touch on a very similar line of thinking, because it's been one that's been on my mind a lot. And so that concept of talking about culture, which I was initially talking mostly about game cultures, but I wanted to use that as a springboard to get to something else, which is talking about what is whiteness and white culture, and by definition, what does that mean Black cultures? And this is where I might get myself canceled here, and I'm gonna try and tread on careful waters, but
Okay, us shitting on you or 4chan are shitting on you. So,
but I'm gonna put out a little rope on my neck here and
damn.
Damn,
We starting off early. It's
Vod predestined for Chum Logic.
Hear me out. So if we take at
Oh,
we take
the
the
boss
term-
is
term-
here. The boss is here.
Wait,
It
wait,
is
wait,
a-
Freckle,
Yes.
Freckle. Am
Yes.
I going to have
Let's go
to
get him, yeah.
retract
Let's go
you
kill
being
him.
a fellow? Am I going to have to retract your token card if you say this? What you say?
think so.
Nah.
Okay,
we gotta-
okay,
we gotta-
okay. A better
hold
question.
up. We gotta trust our brother now. He's. You know what I'm saying?
This is it's
Wait, which,
What I-
yo, which
very-
building is this boss in?
Let the nigga go. I want to hear it now. The suspense is fucking killing me. Jesus Christ.
this is a
Yeah, we
Just let,
keep it
just let
right.
him hang himself, and we'll cut it. We'll see if we have to cut him down.
Frackle, go.
it's a strange line of thought.
You
So
gotta follow me over here.
we're taking the concept
Oh, where's that? Come on.
that that whiteness is a social construct. Everyone kind of is on the same page with that.
Right.
And we accept that whiteness is a flexible definition of basically anyone who is on board to defend the power structure of whiteness, more or less. So it has at times excluded and included groups like Irish, Italians, and different. I mean, at the moment,
Oh,
it's
damn, you
trying
fucking me
to-
up.
It's trying to incorporate Latinos.
You ain't telling me it was like that, nigga. Damn.
That's like-
It also, I think, can. If we accept that, then we can start with the. Then we can also make the leap that it actually isn't explicitly about skin tone, and that's why you see some, some black people who end up defending whiteness, and there's, colorful terms for that, etc.
Yo, pick me
But
up,
I
nigga.
think
Oh my God! Not Freckle saying the same shit I've been saying for the last like year and a half.
But I think you can actually. I think there's something more to saying those people are acting white. I think you can say they are white. I think you can go a step further and say straight up. Like, there's always been that, it's okay to be white, which people dodge around and they're like, well, yeah, it is. But I think you can say it's not outright, just straight
Banger.
up. And
Banger.
the reason that I think you can say that is there's a difference between saying it is okay to be born with light skin and a difference between saying that and it is okay to uphold and participate in white culture, which gets to
Bars.
the
Get it,
question,
white boy.
what
Get it, white
is
boy.
white culture?
Oh
And so-
no.
If we
Bars.
define white culture, a lot of people try to use all kinds of words like they're hard workers, they're, Christians, whatever. Basically trying to just claim various virtues as inherently white as a way to say anyone that is not white must necessarily be the opposite of that, lazy, non-believers, etc.
Criminals.
I'm a
And
criminal.
Criminal.
it's
I'm a
really-
convicted criminal, so you know.
Yeah, it's a really insidious sort of definition.
Yeah.
And I've been trying to figure out ways to actually explain that in a meaningful way, because it's much more than people realize. People aren't actually born white. They're taught to be white.
True.
And
Bars.
I
Let me get this white boy a 808.
a little bit because even that with
Please
that
do.
because in my experience, with
it's
the
a
white people
very
in my
messy
life, 'cause-
topic, and I'm not.
Yeah.
I'm not
Right,
confident
bro.
in
Oh no!
Freckle,
I
you're doing the same thing.
I definitely. I 1000% have an opinion, but I'm gonna let you go first.
Yeah, let me help you out, Crackle. Let me try to like because in my experience when it comes to white people, like one of the things that if I have if you're gonna be like my friend and you're white, it's one of the things I'll say oh, you're gonna be put through the paces, right? If you can deal with the fact that you're gonna hear me say white people this, white people that, anti-establishment, if you can, one of the things a friend of mine said, right? And I don't really fuck with white men. You have to you have to really show me, but one thing that he really showed me that kind of, he was like, oh shit. And he was sitting, I was kind of just sitting there and he was standing there really in his head. And he was like, I was like, you all right? He's like, yeah, I've been thinking about, the things you say, how you feel about white people. And I was all like, oh God. And he immediately says And I'm trying to figure out like how to not like be like that. Like how do I not be like those white people? I was like, yes, this is what we want. You hear like, don't be like white people, and you're like, I don't want to be like that. I don't want to identify as white. I want to identify with my Irish heritage. I want to identify with my Scottish heritage. You know, what do I need to do to make sure that I do not, you know, perpetuate whiteness, right? And I'm finding that there are more, at least like woke white people. Like they're really not like the Teffels, you know, that, you know, whatever the other people should, like actual ones that are like, no, I want to disconnect from my whiteness, right? I want to de-identify with my whiteness, and or connect with actually, you know, my connection, you know? Yeah.
I was just gonna say, for
I can't climb this damn ladder.
Yeah, I don't know. This shit's wild. Like as a, I guess, what do they call us? Foundational, black, whatever. What's the Hotep shit they call?
American descendants of slavery.
The ADOS.
ADOS, nigga, we ADOS.
As one of them.
I can't say that. You know, I don't know. I don't know. There might have been some I might have been descended, you know, from a slave in Trinidad.
What
the fuck up,
my grandma is still alive. But on top of that, I've done all the like genealogy and shit, family history and all that. But I was gonna say, like, as a person with that background and that history in America.
You want to go get the other Jones, or you want to extract here?
We could extract. Let's just extract.
All right.
Let's go south. The reason why whiteness is so hard to define is because it's the same reason why blackness is hard to define, and the only reason why blackness can continue to persist is because just like I was saying, my grandma is still alive to fucking talk about how she used to pick cotton and shit. She would also talk about how, like, just like the same as the rest of us, like, we're literally making this shit up as we go because we had our culture fucking stripped from us, like everything.
Right.
Like as an entire like shade of people who look like us, and even people just related to us, because like I've said a million times before, there was literally, like, the reason why race science occurred was because they didn't know what to do with light-skinned black people, with albino black people, with black people who had vitiligo. That's literally the reason why race science occurred in the first place. So
well, I think it also it was mentioned a little bit ago, like, that black people tend to try and claim that. I think there's a foundational reason for that, because if whiteness is defined as, like, basically
blackness is inclusive, whiteness is exclusive.
Right.
Yeah, if whiteness is defined by its existence as a power structure, which I think is much more accurate than even an ethnicity, then, like, blackness is a reaction to that. It is defined
it's the
by
blackness is counterculture.
Yeah, it's defined by what's being oppressed, and so every group that is, I mean, I'm not going to say like every group that's not benefiting from the structure is black, but I think that if you're looking at it from a purely social structure dynamic, there is some nugget of truth to that. And I think that leads to that sort of
when people are being oppressed, that's when they can relate to blackness.
Yeah, exactly. Right.
It's not even just that, and this is why I bring up like race science and shit so much, is because, like, the same shit that the white liberals talked about back then, like Benjamin Rush and shit, is the same thing people low-key think now, where you have an issue where black people, like you're saying, if whiteness is an ethnicity, right, that means there's a culture endemic to that, and we can take a look at that and see what is the stuff that occurred. Because if it wasn't just skin color and they were worried so much about this shit that it was possible for black people to pass for white, air quotes, what other shit would people do? Like, what is the shit that you do to imitate white people, right? And it would be stuff like playing the piano is a prime example, right? And being able to do math, like being able to read, all this kind of shit.
Yeah, forfeiting your own language.
Right, yeah. And people
Yeah,
don't think
honestly, I
about
would say more than anything, I would say assimilating into whiteness with anti-blackness.
exactly.
Probably the most. It's not even what even plan. It's not even so much what you do, but it's how you treat black people defines your whiteness. Like, look at Italians. They used to be considered blacks, like treated like them because they were too cozy with us.
Right.
Well,
They
this
were in
is
the ghettos. They were too cozy. You know, soon as they're like, well, if you know, here's some cops. Here's like, you know, if you start beating on them, you know, you get.
well. This is what I'm.
You'd be like us.
This is what I was saying is like that's how it manifests now. Is like it was intentional in the beginning, but in the beginning it was designed to be an infrastructure that would make it automatic, so people wouldn't even think about it. So your culture is just like people don't think of white supremacist culture as just like normie. They think of just like normie culture, and like white supremacy are two completely like far removed things that are way like radically different, and don't think about how like certain everyday shit that they do or think about, if they're not like educated about it, like directly contributes to white supremacy. And
Yeah.
like we see the fucking consequences of that shit all the time with motherfuckers who call themselves every different fucking Baskin Robbins 31 flavor of leftist, anarchist, liberal, sock dem sock, suck dick suck, fuck dick, Wang Chung, like, and
This
they're
nigga
all
goofy.
goofy. They're all just goofy. They all just don't like black people. At the end of the day, they just don't like black people. That's their politics.
Yeah.
I wouldn't even say for most of them it's that they don't like black people. It's like niggas can't bust their way out of like what is obviously the wool being pulled over your eyes in real time. Like we all recognize like this shit has been built up as a facade for hundreds of years. Some niggas can't, and like the recognition is some niggas can't fight their way out of that shit. Some
True.
niggas end up fighting fucking ghosts.
True.
Some niggas end up fighting crackheads on Twitter for no goddamn reason. I don't understand it. But that's a different story for a different time.
I'm blocking
One
Perry.
thing I want to
block
say
like
is that
motherfucker, my nigga.
I'm blocking Perry all day.
I got that meme on deck
Yes.
endless to Jesus with like
Yes,
get
Susan?
blocked, young nigga.
Yeah, Susan got something to say.
Sorry,
I'm
Susan.
just fucking. Okay, I'm
Sorry.
sorry. It's okay. But anyways, what I was gonna say is I think Frauko said something about whiteness being anti-blackness. But one thing I want to say is I don't think that works for black people. That's it. I don't think you can become white by c-wording hard enough.
Nah, that's absolutely correct.
C-slurring.
You could try. They'll reward you. You know what I'm
You
saying?
can try.
They will definitely
we gotta
shower
keep
you
doing
with
it.
words.
You gotta keep doing it, though. You can't
I don't know
stop.
why you saying it like that. Like you can say cool. Like the fuck.
I'm trolling. I'm trolling. C-slur.
The C slur.
Nah, but like
You mean cracker?
the UT slur.
Oh, we can't do that one.
Oh, shit, I'm gonna get the
actually
ban.
Can't say
Sorry, I'm
Uncle
sorry.
Tom.
I
actually
agree with
kinda-
you, Susan. Oh, sorry. Go ahead, Fackle. That was to you.
So it's a little bit. I think there's a little bit more to it than that. So there is a delusion inherent in whiteness that if you integrate, if you assimilate, if you forfeit everything about, if you forfeit every community connection that you otherwise could have, that you will reap reward. And there is absolutely privilege that white people have. I want to put an asterisk on that, though. It does not remove you from the fact that an overwhelming majority of the time you will still end up in like basically wage slavery.
Yeah,
And
okay, so Fraggle, so like on your point of like, because I feel like if you want to take this to white people, take it to white people. We're gonna
Okay.
stop calling it white privilege, and we're gonna start calling it race disadvantage.
That's a
right?
good phrasing. Yeah, I dig that.
Because because white people, when you say privilege, their brain breaks. Even the wokest of the white,
True.
when you say white privilege,
Yeah.
all of their brains.
You can
will
do that, but
break.
I'm gonna break their brain, nigga. I'm
I'm
rude.
toxic. Yeah, it's in the
No,
cemetery.
I mean that's
It's
fine.
Mayo
Break it,
side
but
here.
I'm saying like if you're trying to actually like have a productive conversation with them, that for them
I'm
to
rude,
understand
my
what you're
nigga.
like
I'm
every
glad.
time. Every time I've characterized, I've said it like, look at his race disadvantage. No poor white person has ever been able to argue with me. Like, okay, no, that makes sense. Every time the poor, could we always hear like, look, I worked hard, my dad was poor. I'm just like, as soon as you say race disadvantage, they immediately get like, yeah. So imagine if you were a nigga then. Imagine how hard it would have been if you were.
I agree with Lucid Kitty for the simple fact that, like, when you break a dumb person's brain, it reverts to caveman, and the one thing caveman know how to do is hit with big stick and lash out. So, like, yeah.
I mean, that's fine with me though. Like, I don't want you around if you gonna act like that anyway. So here goes some hurt, nigga, and that's
what I'm
it.
saying. Like,
Bye.
Bellamy ain't trying to talk. Bellamy just coming here for violence.
Listen,
I
know-
agree because when you say it like it's
I'm here for the
essentially
violence.
instead of what white people
Like,
do.
y'all could do that. I'm not telling y'all not to do that. I'm rude as fuck.
True, same.
I feel like it also still, because it is, I mean, it's factually correct. It's race disadvantage for sure.
Yeah.
But I mean, if
Yo,
if
big
you,
meat up
if,
my ass, yo.
if you care,
That's what I'm
no.
saying. Like,
if
I'm
you care
not
about,
saying you have to do it, but yeah. But if you're trying to have a productive conversation,
I was gonna say, if
with
you have a
someone-
specific white person in your life that you care about and you want to bathe in the milk, that's maybe how you could soften them up a little bit.
Yeah, but I guess what I was kind
Yeah.
of trying to tease out there is, while it's not equivalent, you can get reasonably far by just emulating the capitalist. And there have been that's where you end up with people even like Obama.
Is
if you're-
Frackle
Well,
telling me to
well,
assimilate? Hold the fuck on. I didn't
I'm
call
not
this
saying
one.
to assimilate. What I'm saying,
linked to capitalism.
yeah,
You can't separate anti-blackness from
What are you
capitalism.
doing?
agree.
I'm fucking with you. I know what you're saying. I'm just being the dumb fucking liberal for a second. It's always fun to play stupid and just misrepresent the point so you explain it again in dumb terms. So, are you saying I should assimilate, Frackle? Is that what you're saying?
Because at the end of the
Oh,
day,
this is
what
here.
capitalism is trying to construct is it's trying to construct two distinct groups of people. It's just subdividing further from there. It's everyone who owns everyone, like a small group of people who own everyone else.
Right.
And the most effective way of getting there is to create those marginalized groups to keep everyone fighting. To keep the whatever the majority population of the workforce is fighting against whatever
Yeah.
minorities can be identified.
Proletariat,
Because it's not
I think,
everyone.
Yeah,
Kitty's calling.
and it's fucked. And yeah, I agree. You totally cannot separate
This bitch really only
anti-blackness
coming
or other
for you.
forms of bigotry from capitalism.
Got hands.
If it wasn't skin tone, it would be religion. It would be hair color. It would be whatever.
You really
it's
don't want to with
made
me.
up.
It's almost like they don't.
It's going to be immutable characters first because those are the most easy to identify. But immutable characters,
Boss is red, Carolina.
it'll find some others.
Wow, man, I got all this shit on
You
me.
are excused.
Thank you. I was about to just say that. Thank you. I was like, oof, that was a big exhale. Excuse me.
You gotta go away with that for a second, because this motherfucker's on me.
I don't know what you're saying, man.
What else do you want to say? I appreciate y'all's patience because sometimes when I'm
There's people
talking
here.
about something that I'm
Yeah.
very confident in, that I've done a lot of research into, and I've fully formulated my thoughts, I can speak a lot more clearly. But some of this stuff, it's still in the very draft doing.
I think they left
research,
us. Boss is
talking to
blue
people.
again.
As the group of anti-white racists, we humbly accept your opinion. We will take it into a consideration. We will
Oh, I'm
then
anti-white like a
These
motherfucker. Let's go.
days,
we will then submit it to our black overlord Jai, and she will like give it
Nah.
approval or not.
This
and,
nigga
like,
said, yeah.
fine.
we'll find out. Yeah, we'll find out through the next natural disaster.
Say
He
3
really
Hail
said
Marys of
fire.
soul money. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
Candy Man in the mirror 3
bro,
times.
these people are unironically just tweeting random black people on Twitter, like the unironic incarnation of fucking Hitler, and it's wild to me. Like, I've been trying to come up with creative like shit to blame these people for, like, oh, you destroyed Pompeii, you know, burned the library, and then like y'all just jumped to be like, no, she's just Hitler. This is what Hitler would do. Some random bitch on Twitter. Y'all watch. Couldn't be me. Could not be me. I'm sorry. I'm really.
I'm not good at following
faded.
the online stuff at all.
I am faded as shit, nigga. Like, please don't mind me.
I'm faded too. What's good, yo? How you feeling? I'm Gucci. Where that Katie at?
I was just about to say, where is that Katie? Shout out to that Katie.
Say where's that kitty? It's crazy. That's crazy.
She crazy, but she the only goddamn one on that side.
Hey yo, why are you bringing up the white woman stream? That's one.
That's literally you did that, bro.
I didn't bring up. You brought up Merrick, then you brought up that Katie.
Who brought up Merrick?
You did.
Y'all blaming me for some shit that y'all did.
Nah, Bellamy, they did that shit.
I ain't do shit.
Unless I like
You lying. Stop putting that on my name, yo.
Nah, you didn't. You bring you didn't bring up SCL though. You did.
I ain't bring up nobody.
I didn't bring up SCL. Pyro brought up SCL.
Yeah,
the voice
no.
player.
Time out. I'll tell you the exact context. Because I said I needed that exotic bit of racism, and like Lucy Kitty was like, "Oh, he enjoyed that shit." I'm like, "Hell no, I'm not SDL. I'm not into that." Hell the fuck no. I just want something different. I want a little bit of spice in my white breaded racism. That's all.
Anti-Semitism kink.
Dude, oh my god.
Y'all wildin', man.
No, we not wildin'. They the ones wildin' for doing that.
I was gonna say, if we're wildin' for talking about it, what are they for
What I
doing this
missed?
wacky,
I
goofy
came
shit?
back. I came back to. I'm faded. I came back to.
Great conversation.
I came back to
Marx was so cool, and
anti-Semitism.
he was
and
saying
that's why I
that
was
changed. He came up with so many different fly ways of saying that. Yeah.
This nigga really did that shit for real. That shit's
He
clean.
really did. Though.
So wait, what was y'all talking about though? Because I came
Hold
back
up.
to y'all saying.
Let's analyze this comment real quick because I feel like this is.
Shout
a
out to
better-
I Gray Eye.
Can someone read that again?
I don't have chat up right now, so I can't do it, bro.
Cheddar
was so cool, man.
Big
He's
cheddar
basically
bro.
said we have nothing to lose but our chains, and he came up with so many different fly ways of saying it.
I'd have slapped the shit out of that person.
I would have hit him with the entire volume of fucking Dash Capital and see if he had anything to say interesting about that, nigga. Like, goddamn, shut the fuck up. He's a long-winded dead guy. Like,
His shit ain't even finished, man. Fuck that nigga.
His shit ain't even finished, bro.
Wait,
Imagine your brain.
What happened?
Died incomplete. That's wild. That's kind of
My man died like George
Oh,
R.
it's
R.
people here.
Martin
It's people
going
here,
through.
yo.
George R. Mine's dead.
Nah, this nigga planning on dying though. This nigga has not written this book in 12 fucking years. It's obvious he want to die before he finish it. He don't know how he gonna finish it. So what he want to do is die and leave it open-ended, but where no one can touch it copyright-wise. Because that's the best place to leave a fucking book like this.
Terry
12
Pratchett is a G
years.
because he ended his shit before he fucking died.
Terry Pratchett is the ultimate G for that shit. Think about it. 12 years for a book. You have 12, like you have written at least 13 different.
Yeah, he ain't had nothing else to
ways.
do. He was living off of Engelsdown. That nigga wasn't doing shit. He was sitting in the office.
My man had an entire pandemic to write shit and is like, what did you do, nigga? What did you do?
Yo, I had his
Wrote
parents.
some shit that got a whole bunch of people killed. That's what he did.
Had his parents fucking panini money.
Pretty much. My man's just sitting there right now like, damn, this clock ain't ticking fast enough. Like,
I
they're
love this.
expecting-
This turned into a roast Mark stream. I love that. Man.
Oh my
Fuck that
God,
nigga.
you-
He's
y'all
done
remember that?
irreparable damage to Lever. He's right over here, yo.
Y'all remember that episode of SpongeBob when he had to write that fuck ass thing? He just sat there and said,
That's literally George R. R.
Shit
Martin.
right next to me.
And what Daenerys,
I gotta heal.
what Daenerys did was, And then like that's all he got on the fucking paper.
Alright, good. I'm healed
What
up.
the Dragons did was shit for 12 fucking years, bro.
I'm throwing dynamite, yo, back up.
Oh shit!
Never
that's about
watched
to
that
get
shit. I'm gonna be real.
Think about where you
Nope, you
were
got him.
12
Let's go.
fucking years ago.
Fuck ass niggas.
The problem is that I ended up watching Spartacus, and then it seemed like the same fucking thing.
He
So,
got got
like,
with a
like
fucking.
medieval.
More.
Oh
watch
yeah, I
out.
see him. I see him. I see him.
I'm gonna tell y'all a little bit
I'm
of
gonna
a
throw a choke
hint
bomb up there.
about like Game of Thrones, and it's not even a spoiler because no one ever actually says this or points it out.
Oh shit! Watch out!
It-
Choke bomb right next to you. I didn't mean to do that shit.
It's just Europe flipped upside down. Look at the fucking map of
My
Westeros.
dumbass.
It's just fucking Europe flipped upside down.
I gotta heal up real quick.
That is the same.
I don't know. Got it.
This motherfucker's strong shit.
Alright, I'm good.
He's chucking shit.
At this point, I'm
Yeah.
probably just making shit up and talking shit about this nigga. Like, I don't care about 12 years to write a fucking single book.
They threw dynamite over here.
That goofy, but
Oh, he right here. He right here.
watch out. He's about to chuck that shit into the fucking smoke and get it put out like a goofy nigga, dumbass, goofy, stupid, dummy.
Stupid. Oh, nigga. Where Bill at, yo? I need where my nigga Bill.
Yo, who else can we roast?
These nuts. Got him.
Watch out behind you.
I don't prefer my nuts
Over at open
small
flame.
and
This
underground.
Saved your
dumbass
life,
got himself shot.
Fucking stupid. I saved your life.
Oh, what the hell just hit me? You
This
just
nigga
saved my life, though.
to
I
my
hear him. I
right.
hear him.
Yeah, this nigga to my right. I can't get him from where I'm sitting. He's trying to get me though.
Over here, you mean? Oh shit, he got me though.
He's a stupid ass.
I ain't know where he was at.
Someone just shot.
Yeah, come here, so I can shoot you with this shit.
Go get his ass, yo. Fuck him.
He might have a shotty
I
on
hear
him,
you.
yo. I don't want to get out. I don't want that smoke.
He said he got the block.
I'm stupid
Damn,
as
there's
hell.
two.
I will say that when I said that,
Oh, now you got it.
Fuck me,
No,
man.
nigga.
Fuck. I'm so stupid. I
No,
should've
man, you ain't had to do that. I don't know why you did that.
I don't know why I did that shit either, yo.
At least you revived you so he could die.
Nah, I was dead. I didn't even get the
I
revive.
didn't even get the revive off. That's the saddest part about that shit.
Damn.
Just stood there over my body getting shot, man.
Yeah, Susan, you gonna say something?
Okay, yeah, sorry. When I said that I think FPS games are white, 007 is like the only exception, though. I mean more so like the military propaganda ones, except for Metal Gear Solid. Wait, no, that's not a first person shooter.
Hold
never
up,
mind.
because there's not nary a nigga in the entire game. You know that shit is white.
I don't know. It just I feel like because it's character driven more so. I played it. IDK.
Not nary a nickel.
That's a phrase I've never heard.
What is it, Baron Samedi? They had Baron Samedi in there. That's the only Negro in that whole fucking game.
That
They
sounds
made it.
like some. That sounds like some shit an old white woman would say. There's nary a nigga in this place. It's not like nigga. That's a turn of phrase, nigga. Where did that come from, Endless? Like, where the fuck did that old ass shit come from? There's nary a nigga in that
Not
jail. Like,
nary a nickel.
Some shit we need to continue to gatekeep. It's almost like
well, I'll tell you what. There's a lot of gyat at work.
Yo,
there's
I
more get where
swear,
that came
yo.
from.
I swear, I'ma find you and I'ma hit you with a tomato.
You know, you need to gyat if you know what I'm saying.
I can't. I'm so mad.
Get your act together.
Oh,
Get your act together.
Stop.
Get your
yo.
shit in a bag, put it in a shit museum, but get your shit
Stop.
together.
That's not my shit, nigga. I'm not the nigga with the fucking animated avatar. Just like I'm gonna have a fucking table of AAV and try and explain it. Like that's not me.
Oh.
Send
Okay,
this
yo.
nigga
Fun
to
of
the
it.
penis explosion chamber to have his penis exploded immediately.
Mr. Electric, send this nigga to the penis explosion chamber immediately.
hey yo, endless. Hey yo, endless. New York is next week. New York is next week. Pyro, New York is next week.
You going to New York?
Hell yeah.
What day you going to New York?
I'm driving up there Friday.
Oh shit! So you gonna be there over the weekend?
I'm gonna be there for a week, yo.
I'll pull up. I'll pull up for the weekend.
I think y'all underestimate exactly how poor I am. I can't afford to go outside of my city.
I'll pull up.
Okay,
With, you going to New York City? We can pull up to Buffalo. I'll drive. Fuck it. I won't take the train.
Buffalo.
Y'all pull up to Buffalo, we Gucci, but like I cannot afford to leave this city. That's what I
It's like
mean.
I'm
when I
trying to
say
take the
I-
train.
I'm poor as
Are
shit.
driving,
Ben? Because I'm
I'm
probably
gonna
just
be
going
real
to take
frank.
the
If I
train.
lived in New York, like if in New York City, I wouldn't drive up to Buffalo. You couldn't. I wouldn't. No.
No, that's real. You like a big old rat trap with like fleas and shit. That's fine. Like I'm just saying.
Yeah, I'm not gonna hold you.
I'm just
probably
saying. I'm
gonna
like, I
take
just
the
couldn't. I
train.
just wouldn't make that drive. I couldn't do it. I hate
Oh
driving. to
no!
New York.
Oh,
I
if we're
hate
just
how far
talking,
is it?
time out.
It's like
If
4
we're talking
hours
about
from here.
Amtrak goes straight
if
there.
we're talking
Yeah,
about
for
just
real.
the drive, if we're talking about the drive from Buffalo to New York City, I totally get you. That's like damn near a 10-hour fucking drive.
Oh.
I've done
Uh-oh.
the drive from Rochester to Buffalo, and then I've done the drive from Syracuse to Buffalo. You're
My
talking
nigga stuck
about
in
like
Buffalo,
a
man.
10-hour drive if you drive full on through the fucking like. Good luck with that, nigga. I don't. If you take the train though, you
He'll say good luck with that, nigga.
I'm not doing that shit, motherfucker. Like, hell no. Like I said, I can't afford to travel outside this city, motherfucker.
Nah, I'm
Like-
finna just hop on the Amtrak for real and just, you know what I'm saying? It's like $50 from Bmore to Chicago to New York, I mean.
What does it take? Like 2 days?
Oh, nah. It takes like, it does take a brick, I won't hold you. It takes like 10 hours, I think.
Oh.
No, I'm sorry, not no damn 10 hours, like 4
This
hours.
I'm about to say, bro.
geeking.
This
You
nigga
are
said
praying
10
for 10
hours.
I'm geeking. It takes 10 hours to get to
Wait, y'all ain't got Chinatown buses down there in Baltimore?
We got China Bus, we got Greyhound, and we got
Cause our joint, we get to New York for like $6 on one of them China buses.
I tell you
that
what we
shit
got here
fucking
in
sucks though. I
Buffalo.
hate taking a China bus, I won't hold you.
We got
Yeah, like,
we got Greyhound in
rock. I just
Buffalo.
walk.
Yeah, like
I ain't
we
trying
got
to be a
Greyhound
parent
in
of that shit.
Buffalo, and I tell you right now, if I'm taking a bus to fucking New York, there's like 85 different stops along the goddamn state that I'm just not signing up for, bro. Like I'm just not on a fucking Greyhound, only to be dropped off at like some
That's the
fucking
only thing that
McDonald's
sucks
somewhere.
about Amtrak. Like all the fucking stops. All the stops would be okay if when the train was at top speed it didn't move like old people fucking on a merry-go-round, but American infrastructure is not.
Okay.
Bro, them motherfuckers fucking like old people on a merry-go-round. You right about that shit.
Nah, bro. I can't pull up. I would, but nah. I just
I
looked
see
at
how it is.
I
Nah.
drive to LA for like 4 hours. but
Nah, I'm
it's
going
like
with
4
my
hours.
family, bro. I'm going with my family, so
I get it. Pyro.
I didn't
No, I
realize
honestly, like,
my dumbass
LA is
forgot.
probably one of the only other places that like really sucks to like in terms of
Yeah.
like city to city, like New York, where it's like I would say Cali, New York, and like Texas, like getting city to city, any like major city sucks balls.
Yeah, driving in DC is the worst. I don't care. I don't give a fuck about LA
Hawaii's
traffic, none of
worse.
that shit.
Hawaii.
Oh yeah, Hawaii is worse. True. Nah, DC is pretty fucking bad though.
Have any of you driven in Hollywood by Universal Studios on the Hollywood Freeway?
I'm too. You just literally said a place that's outside of my price range. Like
Oh.
I can't even think
Rip.
about Hollywood
That's
without getting a heart attack in my wallet.
Oh,
I'm clinging to
just
this
going over
dollar.
here.
I'm clinging to this dollar because you said Hollywood, bro.
Yeah,
Like, holy
I just got my paper up. I'm trying to go to these places.
It's really not all that.
Anything past the Rockies starts giving him heart palpitations.
Pretty
Hey, yo.
much, pretty fucking much. I like that. Anything past the Rockies.
I'm trying to
Hey,
go
yo.
on that scenic ass like train ride or whatever that goes through like Cascadia or the Pacific Northwest or whatever, where you see mountains and hella wolves and shit on the train, and you can just hit the vape. You know what I'm saying, and ghost that shit.
hey yo,
that
and
shit's
it's still in
so
the big
expensive.
ATL, bro. We can go to the Louvre for Dorville, yo. Pull up.
We we'll do that
Yeah,
one time. We'll just
I really-
take the
I
train
really
around the
don't.
country for a week. Yo, I'll pull up to Georgia. We'll start in Atlanta and then take the train from Atlanta to Oregon or something and smoke hella weed and then just fly back.
Y'all have it all on here, chat.
Oregon.
Far away, but Georgia's fine. Let me stop.
You know,
I would move to ATL if ATL had a workable public transit system, man. But you gotta drive down there. I ain't doing all that.
ATL is also getting
no,
gentrified hard as shit.
Time out.
No.
Do they got legal weed in Georgia?
No.
We have
Georgia.
It's a dub. It's
No, we
a
have-
dub.
no.
Go
we
ahead.
have
Somebody
Modibus
talking.
in Atlanta. We have Modibus, and we also have like the little fucking the little car, the little
Oh,
fucking
so-
car
Smart
that be on the
car.
little
Yeah.
track.
Hold on, Bink.
Monorail?
Let me just ask you. Let me ask you one
Marta's
question,
nice.
Bink.
Monorail?
Bink, do you have a subway?
No,
Oh no.
Okay, then I don't. Then you don't have workable public transit.
Do you have legal weed?
no,
Even Baltimore has a
Congratulations.
subway. Damn.
no. It's
Baltimore
per
got a
se.
subway.
Weed is basically per se over here.
Damn,
Weed
like
is
that sucks, bro.
decriminalized, but it's not legal in Georgia.
If I can get blip blopped for smoking my
Decrimin's
shit
cool enough.
outside, like, I'm sorry, I'm not going back to prohibition. Cuomo did one good thing before that nigga ran like the sack of shit he is, and he legalized weed. That's it.
I was
That is
ready
it.
to dip
That's
from
it.
Maryland. I was all ready to pack up and dip from Maryland last summer until I found out about Question K on the ballot last November. And then when I heard that the local celebrities, like football players and shit, were ready to vote for it, I knew, like, oh yeah, that's right, pass. They're about to make a fat bag. They're about to be papered up and
Big old boy.
We have weed stores in California, but I got arrested for having a bong outside. But I am black and 6 feet tall.
Oh,
Ghetto.
yeah.
That's so ghetto.
That sounds like some shit that would happen too.
You black and 6 feet tall. Hold on. What the fuck are you
Right,
doing?
right,
Scaring
like,
some.
that would be like,
yo,
I'm sorry, what?
You need to be in the
Time out, time
WNBA,
out.
man.
No, fuck that. Like, let's be real.
over here.
Like,
I'm
you're
not
out,
even
you're out here as a black teenager scaring some poor
Oh no,
ass
I'm
5
30.
foot- Huh?
I'm 30.
Damn, you sound young as shit.
Why are you here instead of dunking a basketball? This
Bro, like, how you
Tech person, but I'm not. I never really joined sports.
how you just gonna be sitting up there threatening some poor ass, short ass, white ass cop and like not understand that's what you did just by being there, just
they
by
were
looking down on him.
Latino.
beat that
Okay.
nigga's ass.
Not close enough.
Close enough.
I feel like that's one experience.
He was a cop, so close enough.
That's
It's
one
a
fly
cop.
in the milk
It's like
experience.
Frackle said, they're white.
That's like
Potato,
one fly in the milk
tomato.
experience that I love that I can
Hey,
say that I've done that you definitely cannot do in the hood is when your white friend is talking shit to the police, they take that fucking badge and that gun off, and you just stand next to them like, yeah, nigga, and you're just like, you know what I'm saying, letting the white boy talk, but. at the
Oh
same
my
time,
god,
like,
the stories I have about shit like that.
I ain't got no stories about that. They whoop my ass anyway. I don't know what the fuck y'all talking about.
Yeah, yo, I should like dip because I work
Yeah.
tomorrow.
Bye bye, Bink.
Oh, you have a good night, princess.
Good night, yo. I'm gonna hit y'all up here and there. Oh yeah, Frackle, you acting like you not 9 hours away too. You acting like I won't pull up. See you and ask you. You acting like I won't pull up.
Hey, please do.
All right,
Buffalo's
babe.
too far.
Crackle said, "Bring that shit, nigga."
Franklin's like, come down to Florida. We need
Bellamy,
it.
you never.
Bink said tighten up.
Yeah, you come on then. Shit.
You do that, I'll grill for you.
Oh shit, tighten up.
I feel like that Squidward meme watching y'all
let's say I'll
niggas
give
run
white,
and
I'll give white
play.
people that. White people can like do some barbecue sometimes, depending on where.
This nigga said, "I'm too far north,
fuck.
man."
I do.
Oh
I
damn.
feel like I'm that Squidward meme when I'm just watching y'all play from outside the window. Like y'all just talking about these meetups and I'm like,
Damn, I
it's-
got
it's
I'm
fun.
on the West Coast.
No,
I'm in the window.
no, Pyro, no real shit, Pyro.
So through the
I'm fucking with you,
window.
Bink. I'm fucking with you.
No, I'm so serious. I would pull up on y'all. No, for real talk. The only reason why I can't now is because we're driving, and driving just to New York is 9 hours, and from New York.
Girl, don't
That's a bop.
explain yourself to me.
That's
New
a
York
bop.
is a fucking bitch to drive through. I get it. I'm fucking with you. I'm
I'll
doing the
pull up.
whole
I'll pull up.
lonely boy
I'm saying
arc.
I'll pull up on the Amtrak and we can
Pull
link
up,
with
pull up,
Paradigm.
like,
Are you linking up with
I'll-
Paradigm?
I'm on like a Paradigm. If Paradigm is fucking cool and actually talks to me.
He is
Oh,
cool.
damn.
What the fuck? Nah. I'll hold on.
Paradigm dope as shit. What you mean?
Yeah, I'm sure if he's not busy, he'll link up
He's
with
like
you.
streaming 24/7.
Yeah.
Damn, what paradigm?
Yo,
do?
we'll pull up. Hold
Every
up.
time I'm looking, Paradise.
I thought that was my last one. Yeah, I'm about to go.
No, Paradigm is cool.
Alright.
But he just needs to talk to me.
Appreciate
That's
you.
it. He'll be cooler if he talks to me. But yeah.
Oh, yo,
Um,
I'll hit him up like, yo, me and Bink are about to pull up next weekend. What you doing? I'm sure he'll come chop it up with us. Probably having something nice for us when we get there.
Hell fucking yeah,
You
bro.
know how Paradigm is. That nigga love to go all out for motherfuckers. He don't.
Yeah,
he don't shit.
he a hustler for real. I feel it. I'm just being lame. I'm just geeking.
Bink is
Joking
very, the Paradigm is very hospitable. Paradigm
See?
bought me dinner when I was up there.
But yeah,
Paradigm just seemed like a wholesome ass nigga.
Paradigm is wholesome,
He's
true.
cool as like, it's like the stream shit and the internet shit is its own thing. You know what I mean? But like in real life, he's just like one of those cool ass niggas that you just like. You know, there's people that you meet and you just vibe with, and you're just like hell yeah, and you just like are like instant friends. You know what I mean? And you just know like yeah, we could chill and just like do like if you're like ADHD like me, like hell yeah, we could do some parallel play type shit. I'm sure we could have that type of chemistry.
Yeah, I feel that. Okay, let me actually go to sleep, yo. Good night, yo.
It's fade.
You have a good night.
Good night, Bink.
But yeah, I wanted to since it's brought up in jest about the cops getting scared, etc. Derek Diaz here is one of the latest victims of police fear down here in Orlando, and Ashton brought it to my attention. We're gonna be trying to support the family here in the upcoming week too at the town hall.
Is that the memorial fund you posted in chat?
Yeah.
Word, right on. Share that if y'all could in chat, please.
But
they're just doing a proactive patrolling, pulling people over who don't look white enough, and
of course, normal cop stuff.
They got scared because he reached towards the center console, after being screamed at for his ID and shit.
A very threatening move.
Right.
A very threatening move.
Sudden movement.
Yeah. They're like T-Rexes from Jurassic Park. You can't move or else it'll startle them and they'll shoot you at 17 times or whatever.
Yeah. So it just infuriating shit, but nothing new.
It's Tuesday, which also means
No, I'll straight up tell the cop. I've had it. I was like, no, open the door. I've had the cop who's like, no, open the door. And they're like, open the door. I'm like, no, reach for my wallet. Like, reach not like I was like, no, I'm moving. So,
I'm
like,
so happy I've never I just fucking the first time I got arrested, when the cops kicked my door in and I got raided, they just had Glocks just like pointed at my face off top, which was its own level of pants shitting scary. But other than that,
that's how they came up on his door.
No, I'm gonna just be real. I feel like I'm gonna just be. Cops are the only people for me that when they get the forbidden code switch. They get the forbidden code switch. Like, them is the niggas I just start talking to in, like, unironically a slave voice. Yes, sir. You know, sir.
Right.
I don't know, sir. Because it's like, I'm not fucking with it.
Trying
You
to
know,
get
I'm
clapped.
like, exactly. I'm not Billy Big Goat here. I'm not trying to be brave. I'm
No, I
trying to
have a
live
death
to
wish.
see the. Good for you, nigga. I'm trying to see the
I
next
have a death
goddamn
wish. Well, I'm just
sunrise.
like, man, fuck.
Congratulations, brag about
happy.
that. I'm trying to see
Hey.
the fucking next ass day, nigga. Like, yes sir, no sir, I don't know, sir. Like, get the fuck out of my house, sir.
if it's like
that's
that,
it.
I'm trying to at least make it to court. Like, damn, like that shit's crazy.
Yeah, no, I ain't out here like being like, man, fuck you, kind of like trying to be like, but yeah, no, I'm just like, I'm like, I ain't playing with, I ain't gonna kiss your ass.
That's a lot.
Like,
Yeah.
You gonna have to kill me at that point. But like, you want my wallet? Here, go reach for my wallet.
Oh
Take my
nah,
wallet. Get my ID out.
I
But
straight.
I ain't playing with you.
I straight up start
I'm
hitting
playing with
the. I start hitting the stardust. I start starting to humanize myself immediately. I start kissing all kind of ass.
No. See, that's where I'm at. Like, fuck that shit, nigga. It's called I Want to Survive, and I will. Like, yeah, you know what? I understand the society I live in. This is a fancy ass. This is a. No, like this is a fancy ass. No, I'm just like this is a fancy ass car. I recognize I'm a black man. You know what? I got. Let me just Let me just
That's
do
fucking
what I
depressing.
need. Bruh, it is depressing, nigga. I don't want to get my ass killed. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Like,
I just don't
Nah.
talk because anxiety. I just don't fucking talk.
Well,
But
I
you know,
just
a couple
luckily-
I just
niggas
try to
did
pull
say
like the
that.
white woman. Like I just start crying. I'll be like,
I'm Gucci now. I lucked out
See,
because
like maybe like I make him so uncomfortable they leave.
they made it so weed smell is not a probable cause to pull you over anymore. So I'm
oh yeah, so like,
I'm good now.
I'm good for that, but like, I'm just not even gonna lie. Like, I've had like police officers, like, you know how they go into like fucking train stations and shit, making sure the homeless is like, okay, nigga, you want to talk to me, nigga? I don't know what the fuck. I don't know, sir. What the fuck you looking for, sir? I'm sorry. I haven't seen anything, sir. Like, I just want to get the fuck on with my business and get the fuck away. I have no time for that shit. And then like, yeah, no, if it is apparent that some nigga just wants to hassle me, you know what? You get the fucking booking. Like, I'll get my one phone call and get my ass bailed out. Like, fuck that shit. Fuck it. Fuck it. Fuck that. I like this thing called life.
You know, I know this is kind of fucked up, but I feel like in a way I have to present as hyper feminine to like repel shit like that.
Oh
like
my god!
when I was a
wish Vic still here.
teenager, I was like more like low key a stud, and I feel like yeah, the cops fucked with me more, honestly.
Bink would be perfect for this combo.
Yeah, Big talks a lot about how like blackness, basically, in general, like you could say about
How
either gender.
blackness is policed.
It degenders
I mean-
you. You can't really be fully masculine or fully feminine as a
You're
black
fetishized
person.
Yeah.
to a certain extent. It's just like not even humanizing at a point. Like you're just seen as your body and your skin. But again, Bink is so well versed in this shit that like I don't
Yeah.
think any of us could do it fucking justice. And
Yeah,
she
like
fucking
I
left
said-
like 5 minutes ago.
Like I said, the closest is that
okay.
me and Bink have had this conversation before privately, in detail. Is literally about this conversation is kind of the boxes that we kind of have to fit in, but also have to be malleable to.
Yep.
When it comes to how we present within blackness, and that's kind of the conversation I've always wanted to have, but I feel like it is also a very delicate conversation because of the people that would relate to it, but you also be like, no, we're not talking about your bullshit.
Hey yo, Lucy Kitty, that's my deal. Like, yeah, we need to have them conversations regardless. Cause like it's an important thing that'll fucking I've been fucking confused about at fucking times because it's like there's just certain aesthetics that if we're being talking about looks and shit like that, it's like we all know there are just certain aesthetics that are seen as fucking white.
Yeah. I'm kind of emo myself.
Yeah, right? Like and like that is something
I'm
that
a
like
death metal / punk nerd.
Yeah.
yeah, we know there are black people in these spaces, but like, bruh, it's just so dominated by that conventional attractiveness standard that, in my experience, at least, I won't speak for everyone. It's like I've seen the niggas in my area who are seen in alt and emo try and fit into this white standard with horrible fucking results, and I'm talking like straightened fucking afros and shit. Like just
Even with
like,
within like the cosplaying community and shit, I hear people get a lot of weird shit.
Yikes.
Yeah.
yeah.
No, I
Bro,
was part of the cosplay community. No,
Oh my god, me too.
I got a lot of shit for it. And my biggest problem was, and I guess like my problem that comes with is not so much the whiteness or like where to me the delicateness of the conversation comes, because we can talk. It's easy to talk all day about how racist and white these spaces are. The problem I have, or at least where the conversation comes, is that being that black person in that space, and how you're treated by other black people who are not in said space. Right, because I do feel like there is a conversation to be said, but it is, but it's like, but I don't want to attract those niggas that just want to come to shit on black people because like you guys didn't like me because I was a nerd, so fuck other black people.
like,
I was like, that's not the conversation I want. You know what I mean?
But like I was just gonna break it down to that essential. Like it's basically the conversation of like yeah, there is that thing, but like it's delicate because we don't want to invite the niggas who are just gonna be like, yeah, I was that black nerd who like other black kids picked on. Like, no, they picked on you because you stink, not because you were a fucking Naruto fan. Like, there's a difference. Like, not that
Now,
type
now,
of shit.
now,
But,
granted,
like,
I will say that many
it's
of
in a
us
similar vein, I
do
think.
get picked on because of what we're into. But like there, like I said, I feel like there is that difference of like now do you take that and like dive into it? Like, do you like, oh, they didn't like me? Because I can say that from my experience, right? Because I was, you know, my school a black I was an outcast, right? Because you know I didn't grow up in like Atlanta or Chicago where there's a large swath of like black, you know, different verses of black people, right? The black community was from the hood. Right, that's the black community for me. Was the hood. So if you didn't, you know, if you weren't from there, right, you were Oreo. You talked white. You know what I mean? You didn't fit in, right? If you're into white shit, right? So you know,
but like that's
white-
kind of the same conversation. If you're into shit that's not within like your community or like no, it's just kind of passed off as white shit. I was the motherfucker into weird ass science fiction shit. Like when I was a kid, one of my favorite stories was about like aliens invading in World War II. That was just outright deemed like white shit. Like it's not Goosebumps. It's not the shit we got in the library. So like, I feel like the conversation goes into that bit of that territory where it's like, with the aesthetics and the looks, like there are just some things where niggas get a lot of pushback when they try and indulge.
I was gonna
themselves
say
in that.
because we talked about this before a little bit, but like I can't relate because for me it was definitely because my pet peeve used to be proper English, so I used to like correct people on their English and shit. Like for me, it wasn't so much the interests themselves because you could. For me, I had very fucking basic ass like nigga interests. I like video games and fucking like anime and like sports a little bit. Everybody likes that shit. It's just the way that I fucking the music, not so much. I feel like the music is dominated mostly by white people and produced and to the point where there's like Nazis in it, but that is its own thing. But like I feel like there was a distance that I had from anything like an intentional distance I had to be like, nah, this shit's better than treating it as like the music I listen to is better than mainstream music, but the implicit nature of that is like, nah, this is better than hip hop. And so like, yeah, I don't really fuck with any of this culture, any of this music or any of that shit. I was like that for a minute, but I fucking obviously stopped being like that very quickly in high school. But
that's kind of my point though, is that like, or kind of like when we had our conversation about it, was that it almost makes me feel like, you know, like I'm kind of surprised when like that I didn't end up like that. And a part of me does feel like there's like like in your experience you were very segregated, I feel like, you know, from like any kind of black community.
I was also
While me, I spent half of my days, you know, I would spend like at home, I'm in the suburbs, but half of my waking moments, most of my waking moments, I'm just surrounded by black people.
Right.
But black people who are just who
I
just
was on
wouldn't-
some.
Yeah,
I was gonna say I was on some talented 10th shit. I thought I was a special Negro, and I thought all the other Negroes that I was around that were outnumbered by the white people, obviously, that they were also special Negroes. But go ahead.
Anime show.
season. Yeah.
Okay, so I feel like the thing about when I grew up in California, it was like it's like okay, maybe like 15-20% black. I feel like now there's less black people here, right? But or at least there's like the place I used to live is gentrified now. But I feel like I was teased for being perceived as weird. But by the time middle school ended, I proved myself by beating someone's ass in public.
Okay.
And nobody fucked with me anymore.
There you go.
But I feel like there are like I'm not like other black people. But also I think it's like if you're perceived as a coward or if you're perceived as an easy target.
There's those environments for sure.
Yeah, like I didn't because I want to get it correct. I wasn't necessarily saying I was.
I'm gonna head out,
bullied.
you guys.
What I
I'll
was saying
talk to
is
y'all later.
yo,
You have a
peace,
good
Thanks
night.
for thanks for coming by.
No problem. Peace.
but yeah, I guess. But what I was basically saying
Rocco
is,
left
I
too.
was thinking, yeah, and I think he does, and he's like, I don't really have a dog in this conversation.
Oh yeah, he said he got to sleep. Yeah, thanks for coming through,
Yeah,
Freckle.
Yeah, appreciate your opinion, man. No,
Yeah,
but like
it's
my thing is
2:30
like
a.m.
I wasn't
I should probably
necessarily
go to sleep
bullied.
soon too.
Yeah. I'll just finish off this point. I wasn't
No, you're
necessarily
good, you're good.
bullied as opposed to like outcasted, right? Where it's like, he's like, oh yeah, that guy, yeah, he's weird. He has weird hair and like, he does white people shit, right? Because I'm like in the anime and shit like that, right? But I never allowed it for me to develop a complex, right? Like I never like developed
Yeah.
the complex of like, oh man, like I hate black people, or like, man, actually white people treated me better, right? Because I had both worlds where I was like, no, at home, like I'm in the suburbs, these white people were like fucking with us,
Yeah.
right? So it's like I never had this illusion that like, oh, white people are good, but I also understood that I was like, yo, but why are you guys treating me differently just because I don't fit in with you? And while that was very much a high school thing, I will say that a little bit that transfers even to adulthood, right? And as someone who's not you know what I mean, where they're, and it's like, I guess a little controversial, but I'll say, call me out for it, but how we kind of call out white women and like white people, how they fetishize blackness, right? The BBCs, the Queen of Spades. I believe that there is a little bit to critique about how black women can fetishize blackness. And if Bink was here, her had this conversation privately, and they can attest to that. Like, yeah, no, they said how they can kind of fetishize like this kind of black masculinity, the same black masculinity that white people fetishize, but it doesn't feel racist because it's by black women. And I say that because I've noticed that because I do not fit that. Right. And the one thing, the only people that I've ever questioned my masculinity were black women. I've never had anyone of any other ethnicity like question my masculine, like, oh, I didn't feel you as masculine, or so there's like, right? Like I'll say like I'm closer to a Prince than a Michael B. Jordan or whatever, right? Like people might people
Yeah,
used to
I
call me
know
Prince in high
that
school, right?
they tried to make that discourse. Was it last summer or maybe before that, where there was like an interview I saw where there's like always like some new. I think that's like just like a style of meme at this point, where like it'll be a black woman tweeting about some new thing that is zesty or
Yeah, like
effeminate
something
or-
black. Like, are you a black man if you do this?
right.
Right, and it's kind of like, okay, and it's like, and it doesn't turn, and it's never ever turned me to be like, man, black women are this or that, but it's got me think like, why, and Bink said it greatly, because I was trying to, and they said that it was like, oh, it's a black masculinity. It was something that they themselves said that they were uncomfortable, and I don't want to speak for her, but something that they said that they were uncomfortable with at times, or that like black men can have this kind of aggressive masculinity when it comes to like dating and such like that and courting. That was just kind of a turnoff, right? And I realized, I'm like, oh shit, that was what I was missing, that I feel like those women were looking for, right? Because that's what she immediately called out, was like, oh no, that's, yeah, like that very energy she didn't like was the energy that we're missing, right? That basically, I guess what I'm basically saying is like how we kind of critique black men for trying to play into patriarchy and trying to subscribe to white patriarchy. We don't critique about how some black women will also try to plan that through, their men. Like, hey, my man needs, the female dating strategy shit, right? Divester kind of stuff, where it's like, black men don't do this because they don't make enough money and they aren't this and that, right? Like I feel that's fetishizing blackness, right? Where it's like, when it's like tall, dark, and handsome, that only certain types of blackness can be viewed as attractive. The same thing with I'm sure what you're using with like black femininity, right? Where that if you're not feminine enough, you are not treated as like attractive as a black woman or a black person. I don't want to misgender you.
Woman is fine. It's like fucked up because honestly, I think I might identify as a man if it wasn't used as an insult against me so much when I was younger. It's like complicated. So yeah, woman's fine.
Yeah. But even that, but that very thing,
Yeah,
like
I'm
that,
sorry.
it being used as an insult against you is kind of my very point, right?
I think that
Where it's like,
I'm sorry.
No, go. No, please go.
What I want to say is that I feel like it's uncomfortable to talk about, but I think that like okay, so have you ever seen like one of those studies about like teachers implicit bias against Black children? I think what
Yes,
people never want to
absolutely.
talk about is that the Black teachers have it too against Black children.
Yes.
It's not like they have
Mhm.
it against white children because they're Black,
Oh,
you know.
yeah.
And it's like so yeah, like Black women perpetuate white supremacy, and it's like yep, just like everybody else, we all do, you know. And it's something you have to be self-aware about.
Yeah. And like I said, I'm very careful because I don't like it. I don't want this to be a conversation that invites those kind of people that want to take this in bad faith to be like, oh, so you mean so and so's? I'm like, shut the fuck up. We're not talking to you. Go die.
Yeah,
Right?
yeah. I mean, I assume this is a good faith place, you know?
Yeah. But it's always one of those, like VODs, clips. We never know who's like
Yeah,
secretly. I
people are
remember, like,
goofy on this shit.
Yeah, I don't give a
Like, I remember
fuck.
Foreign was saying
honestly.
like one of his Patreon members was, making like weird kind of pseudo OnlyFans porn of his clips, using clips to like kind of like,
Fuck.
kind of make porn off of him. And it was all like
What?
this was someone who paid for his who paid for his Patreon
I
who
would,
was doing this.
however
So you
much
almost
money
you
you
can't trust
paid,
nobody.
however much money you paid to do that to me, I would spend that same amount of money to find out where you are. I would find you.
Right. Like it, but it's like this is like that was his shock. Like this was just supposed to be like one of my own, one of my people. You're paying me, and like this is how you're fetishizing me. Like this was like his negrophilia video, right? But it was like a very interesting point is that, or kind of goes to my point about how Black women can also fetishize Blackness. They just don't realize it because it doesn't look the same. Is because like they're like how FD Foreign and them will talk about how their their experiences of with white people have always been very fetishized. In my few experiences, they have not, but because I'm not the kind of guy that they look for. I'm not the woman. I'm not the man that the women that are in the BBCs and Queen of Spades and shit. Like I'm not that guy, right? They're not looking at me, right? I'm not tall, dark, and handsome. So
Aston, shout out
also-
to Aston Mac, because we've had this conversation before too
Yeah.
about like motherfuckers like me. I used to have like way more hair, like way more dreads, like a full head and like way longer. There was one time that I got approached at a bar and this motherfucker was like asking me if I was Jamaican because he's like, I guess him and his wife had this fantasy of like his wife getting smashed by a Jamaican dude. I don't know why he
Right.
would just randomly meet a Jamaican dude in the middle of Baltimore, Maryland. But I'm like, no, I'm not fucking Jamaican. And he's like, all right, well, could you just like use a fake Jamaican accent while you rail my wife? Just like, nah, dude, I'm gonna punch you in the eye.
Right? Like I've never been approached by people like that ever, and I feel like it's because I do not fit this certain like vision of black as like black masculinity. I do not fit that. Like I'll be honest.
I'm
In the
pretty
early
large.
2000s, metrosexual has been thrown too many times at me back in the early 2000s, right? Because I was too clean cut. I took too care. Like they'll call metro any guy that dressed nicely and kept his beard and shit, kept together. They'd be like, "You're metro," and you're like, "What?"
I've
Right.
always
What a
had
word.
very
What a time.
Right. I know of Metro because my dad. I would have used that word to describe my dad, which is funny. But me, I've always had a very aggressive look. I've always fucked with like when I had my like mall guy phase, I used to have like hella chains on my pants and shit. But then even when I grew out of that weird shit, I used to have like a cut off vest with like mad like band patches on it and shit. And yeah, I've just always looked pretty unfuckwittable, I feel like, and that's definitely true now that I weigh 230 pounds and I'm 6'1", and
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, I'm not 6'1", right? Like I'm freely, I'm not that tall.
Yeah.
So I don't get that kind of energy even from black women. Right? Like the
Yeah.
black girls that are into me are what happen to also be the black girls who are like ostracized from like who feel like, oh, they were also teased for trying to just be themselves by black people. Right? They were also like, I tried to be in the
Yeah.
video games, but or anime, and I got teased for being a black girl in the video games and anime. Those are the black girls that end up liking me. right? But I do not live in an area where they are abundant, right? So
That's
the
what
black
the
girls that I
internet's
do end
for.
up dealing with, right? I mean, and that's a lot of my part of meeting them. But the only problem is a little different because I don't meet people, like I don't mix my personal life with my online persona. So I'm not really. Even then, it's kind of hard. I'm not really meeting that many people. I'm meeting a lot more black people, especially black women, as Lucid, but that's not as me, right? So even then, it's like I'm making these connections, but none of these are going to be like turn into relationships, right? I'm not going to mix that kind of stuff, right?
I don't
So
meet
that's
anyone anymore at all ever.
yeah.
Just everyone I meet is online.
Yeah.
I don't know what grass is. I've never seen it before.
I think it goes. I just want to mention that
Yeah.
I feel like it's okay to date someone who's not black.
Right.
I know.
Yeah, I mean, like, yeah, as long as you are not
Like-
fat. I mean,
So I
like I
can,
said, I don't,
so I can,
next
so I
we're
can
gonna
beat
be
the
like,
anti-race mixing allegations.
Like, there's a lot of
Needs this,
things that need to be said about that, but like honestly, I just want you to know because I feel like me personally, it just never happened for me. My boyfriend's Southeast Asian. My ex-husband was white. It's just like I feel like you, but a woman. Like black men
Yeah.
didn't like me, like.
Right.
But I
No,
don't
I
have
totally
any
get
hard
that.
feelings or anything about that because I think that because like where I was, it was like not 0 black people, just not 100. I think
not
maybe I
enough.
would have, not enough. And
the
so
same
like
thing I
I
said,
had
like-
black friends and everything, and I love black men, but I just never ended up in a relationship with one.
right?
And I
It's the same
just
thing. Like the black people I did hang out with were in my neighborhood. They were
Yeah.
all they were same class as me. They did white shit as well. We all played video games. You know what I mean?
yeah.
But their sisters were older than me, so they weren't. I wasn't gonna date any of their sisters, right? So it's very much that thing. Same. Where it's like the black women I did have access to, I was not the type of black masculinity they were used to, and that's even something a grace that I give them, where it's like, yeah, like I didn't come from Atlanta where there was a large swath, or like the greater Georgia area where there's a large swath of like blackness within class, right?
Yeah.
And as I said, like where I'm from, the black community is generally lower class. Is generally, like a better term, in the hood, right? So when that's the life, like I have friends who are like, oh yeah, they got shot in the head, right? Like when you're living that kind of life, I get my masculinity, my type of masculinity just ain't what you're looking for, right?
Yeah.
I don't know.
So it's
guess.
but it. Like, I mean, like, but I get it in that sense where it's like, yo, there's a, I want to say I'm like on tough and weak. I was like no one fucked with me after middle school because I beat their ass, right? But there's still like this, I hate saying because then it sounds like, but I wasn't hood, right? I was a suburban kid, right? I was a kid that dressed weird, that liked to wear like to wear his hair up, like to look like a fucking anime character and did breakdancing, right? I wasn't running the streets and shit like that. I didn't really know any in the neighborhood. Hell, I didn't even start smoking weed till I graduated, right? Graduated high school. So I get that I wasn't the kind of like black guy that these girls would view as, oh, this is what I'm supposed to view as desirable. My biggest problem with the discourse comes though with is like, okay, well, if I went with this kind of deal, or like imagine if I'm a young kid in this situation and today listening to these people, my resort is now I don't date. Like I think I told you, like if I listened, I wouldn't have dated till I was 20, right?
That's what I'm
Like
saying,
that was
that's
the first
what's
time I ever
weird
got a
for
black
me.
girlfriend.
I
Like
didn't.
I was the first time not because I didn't want one, but that was because the first black girl to be genuinely interested in me enough that we're like, oh, we could be together for like 7 years,
I feel
right?
that shit. I've just never
So, but
really
if I-
had. I only had one serious relationship, really. But yeah, I just was like low key on incel time because the class that I was in, it was only around mostly like other white girls, and they weren't fucking with me because I was black. So I just didn't
But
like.
yeah,
do anything.
Yeah, so like I said, I didn't really grow up in an era where it was like, because even then when I was younger, I think it was mostly Latino women that was really interested in me. Like that was like when my era, there's more of that than others, right? But it's that veryness where it's like if I followed that rule of like I'm gonna be a gold star black man that's never been with anyone but the black woman, I wouldn't have been with a
Gold
black. I would have
star
been with
black man.
right,
Jesus fucking.
right. I not only would I have probably not have gotten laid till I was 20. But I also probably that would have sent me into red pill shit, right? That would have made me a red pill.
I didn't get into that.
motherfucker.
I wasn't into any of
Right.
that, but yeah, I
But
definitely
I mean, it's just the sheer,
didn't.
but like the sheer fact that I'm trying, like, okay, I could only fuck black women, but they refuse to fuck me in my area, right? It's all like that I can see how that would drive me insane. I can see someone like be driven insane by that, where it's all like, oh yeah, like how can you not hate them more, right? As opposed, like I said, I wasn't into them, you know what I mean? Milky titties, right? Like I wasn't
Milky
against them. I wasn't like,
titties.
hell, I loved black women, but their lack of interest never turned me to be like, man, I can't stand them. It's like, no, the minute one was into me, I was like, you're it. I'll fucking marry you. She abused me for 7 years,
Oh no.
but I was so into the idea of like,
sorry.
yo, I gotta be with a black woman. If this is the first and only black woman that might ever be into me, that I put up with. I got choked. Like she tried to choke me and shit like
Yeah.
that. Like I went through shit all because I was all like, yo, this might be it for me. You know what I mean? And like, 'cause I really
That is
bought into that black
unfortunate.
love shit. Like if I'm not a black man if I don't date a black woman,
That's
right? And I was like,
fucking
well,
unfortunate.
this is all I got, right? Because in the area I'm at.
Yeah, I was like, like I joke that I was like an incel or whatever. I wasn't into like red pill or any weird ass shit like that, but I legit just like did not really talk to any girls like that when I was in high school, and I didn't really date or anything like that when I was trying to talk to women after high school and college, and for a while in my like early to mid 20s. And it made my perspective on that shit just kind of be like kind of how it is now, where it's like I really don't have to be with anyone. It'd be nice, it'd be cool, and I could like fulfill I could have that as a box to tick on my life goals or whatever, to like acquire a life partner or whatever. But like I did all of this shit, 100% of this shit by myself in the worst moments. So I think I'm probably good to go the rest, unless I gotta like call 911 or something. I'm probably gonna be all right.
Me
no.
personally,
Yeah,
oh
bro.
sorry.
No,
What I
no,
was gonna
go.
say is
Please go.
that I like usually women don't ask people out, but I do. And I think it's because also I used to date women when I was girls when I was like in school, but like when I was like a little kid, I would tell black boys I liked them, and then they'd start bullying me. But I never took that like I don't give a fuck. I'm 30 now. I was like 10. Like
Yeah.
I don't give a shit. But I felt like and I think this is like a California thing where it was like I felt like dating outside your race was really common, and like so I never really felt super like weird about it. And then I met my ex-husband in the mental hospital. Don't laugh, but he was
It'd be
white,
like
and
that
honestly,
sometimes.
I've seen like the weirdest shit happen with him and the cops, like surreal. Like I'll be like, white privilege is real, and I saw it with these eyes. Like I saw him have it, like But like right now, I think that I kind of gravitate towards like finding a long-term relationship because I don't really have a family. I was raised by my grandparents and they died when I was young. So like it's like I think
sorry to
yeah,
hear
because
that.
all my siblings. It's okay, but all my siblings do that. I think they try to find a life partner. But so yeah, in the relationship I'm in, my boyfriend, I feel like I don't like him because I feel like we're so different. I like him because we feel really similar. Like his family came here during the Khmer Rouge, like the Vietnam War and whatnot, and it's like it feels so similar. You know, like there's so many things like I can relate to, even to the point of like food and whatnot. And I just feel like if it's cringe, it's cringe. And when you start asking the real questions and people start saying, well, it's my right to have a preference, it's my right to get called the N-word in bed, that's where the problem
That's weird as fuck.
Well, the problem kind of, I think the biggest problem that we have, like, or I think like those of us like in this conversation might have, and maybe some of those listening, is that the conversation is heavily dominated by those like vested interest, those that are very loud and like ignorant about, like you said, how you said like, oh, I'm in the race.
Why are we talking about this shit in the first place?
And people and in the other group on the other side are people that are heavily invested, and are like the Umar Johnsons. They're heavily invested in this not being the case, right?
That shit is fucking
But wait, I want to say one
because of that,
important
there's
thing.
no one that's like, oh no, I just have an interracial relationship and it's fine, right? It's no problem. The conversation is like, no, it's fine and racism is okay, or it's no, don't do it because they're all racist. You know what I mean? But go on, I'm sorry.
I think that people's reaction to me having a white boyfriend sickened me. It was like, oh yeah, your babies are gonna be cute. Like
that's
and
weird as fuck.
Yeah, like I feel like, and it's like no one's willing to talk about that, and I think that
Motherfuckers don't
we will
even think
never know
that's
true
real.
peace. But it is, and it's like the whole, they're like, no, that only happened in Latin America. I don't know, California's Latin America now. I don't know. But yes, I was definitely like encouraged by not just outside people, but my family to date someone lighter skinned than me, you know?
Well, I mean, the anti-blackness, you know, the anti-colorism, the colorism within like blackness is well documented. We have that one rapper got, I don't think it was Kodak, maybe it might have been Kodak, but it was I'm not, he's like, I don't date no dark skinned women because I don't want them to look like me.
Yeah. Some
Wait,
shit.
someone said that they didn't think that was a self-own?
No, like he had no, like, but that's how deep-seated and rooted and insidious white supremacy is, that he said that completely, like, yeah, isn't that a normal feeling to have, to not want to be dark-skinned? Right? And when we're all sitting like, no, you're crazy. He's like, what? What do you mean? Like that is the sick part of it, is that to him, that was a normal thought. It was like, yeah, being dark-skinned is bad. Looking like me is bad. Duh. You know what I mean? It's like,
It
what?
is common. That is common. And it's like, I think, yeah, that's what really fucks me up about the whole conversation. It's not even acknowledged that it's common. It's like people are just basically superimposing white people's interactions with interracial relationships onto us without actually taking into,
I think the entire conversation in general around, specifically around like black people dating white people, is weird as fuck, and just like generally hella racist.
Yeah.
I mean, truly kind of, yeah, because it does, to me, it kind of in the same way, and this is a whole conversation again, because there's like whole nuances, but the kind of the age gap, and I say that age gap 30 and up. You 20-year-olds, but like 30 and up, and people are still like, well, you know, I feel like there's certain times where it's like we are infantilizing women the same way that, and I feel like it was that like we're infantilizing black people, right? Where it's so like, yeah, there are, you know, white people, you know, there are black people that perpetuate that play into the race play, but that is not all of them, right? But as I said earlier, I feel like the same way that these are the loudest people in the group, right? I think with so many groups, the people that are kind of happy and kind of not toxic generally don't have a whole lot to say, right? So they can't dominate the conversation. They can't, you know, very much influence as loud as the people who have a vested interest in being as loud and as inflammatory as possible. I will even say that to Umar Johnson. It is in his vested interest to completely misunderstand even the poster of Spider-Man. He's like, I never seen this film, but I'm mad.
I think honestly,
Right?
like, you could extrapolate that to a lot of on this platform, at least a lot of streamers that, if we're being honest, they're not interesting. They don't have any talents. If they're trying to do this professionally, like they're on the content wagon and they're trying to like make money off of Twitch, then they like almost have to do the react shit and be racist, be misogynistic, be transphobic, do all this shit, because that's what's gonna drive their engagements the fastest.
I mean, yeah, and it's always just telling, like, as we see, like, how many of them, like that Anna Casper, whatever the fuck her name is, whatever, like how
Anna
quickly they'll,
Kasparian.
like, yeah, we're on your side, we're on your side. Ooh, the money ain't good, or I'm getting canceled. Right to the other side. Where I was like, okay, so none of this was principle for you.
I was gonna say, I gotta be honest, I've never really been a the Young Turks. Just never.
I only know about like what I heard. This is even just like by what I heard. I'm another one. Is like I don't know, but I can say that kind of just like she's the most recent, but just like any of them, where it's just kind of like
for me,
yo,
I'm like confused because I'm like, why are we suddenly turning on her for real? Because I don't see how anything she's saying is like any different from like what probably a lot of people really feel.
Ooh, the Anna,
a lot of liberals.
I thought she was saying stuff about like genderist and being transphobic.
Oh yeah,
pretty sure she was being transphobic and shit.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, the average person, like the default position in America is transphobia, and there's even a lot of like well-intentioned, like progressive people, even when we're talking about like racial issues or.
But I also
like,
say,
queer
like, I'll
issues.
let you know before I go on. I'm not the one to argue about it with her because I'm not versed in that controversy at all. I don't follow it, so I can't even be like yes, no, maybe so, because I'll be like, I don't know. It's 2:30. It's 2 o'clock in the morning, and I barely have any idea who we're talking about.
Yeah,
But I
y'all
was just
probably
more
want
on
to
the
go to
whole,
bed. It's only 11:52 over here, so
Yeah,
I'm different.
I'm gonna probably finish up this dungeon and go fuck to sleep soon.
Actually, you know what? Yeah, I'll call it. You know, it was good talking to you guys.
Yeah, it's good talking to you too.
Yeah. Peace, listeners. Later, Fade. Telling me still there. Peace.
Alright, you have a good night.
Thank you.
The crispy sticky bomb. I didn't even know you could kill Rajawas. Did you cook it? Tossed a hot cooker. I'm so happy I get weekends again. I don't even understand. Shit. How you doing?
I work
too?
Saturdays, honestly.
Sucks,
Yeah.
I'm sorry. I was
It's not the
working-
worst. I work in a store, like I do retail, like cashier.
I was working every other week, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, 12-hour shifts all week.
Oh shit. I do about 8 hours. But I had today off, I had yesterday off.
You work in like retail or something? That's why you don't have
Yeah.
a regular schedule?
Oh no, I have a regular schedule. I like kind of ask
Oh,
for it so I can
either
go to
that's you.
school. So
Okay.
I have Tuesday, Thursday, and Friday off.
Okay.
So like, yeah, this is my Sunday.
Get you. That makes sense. The cheeks. There we go.
This game's co-op, right?
Yeah, right. I think
It's
they
like
actually made this
40
one
though.
crossplay too. This one is like 70. Nah. So I say shout out to String Puller. He actually bought this game for me because I wouldn't have probably bought this shit.
I want to buy it because I got into Lost Ark and then like it had like some dumb shit, like just some like Animal Crossing type shit, and I just lost interest. Like I had to farm something to get ahead, and I was like, fuck that. So I
From
might buy
Diablo,
this
yeah.
game.
This game
Oh,
is a
no.
lot of farming too, honestly. I won't hold you.
No.
The just getting to the end game part, like just getting to level 50 was hella grind. It's like a 10-hour long grind. It moves pretty quick, especially if you have people to play with and they'll power level you and shit. But yeah, the grind is real. It's not as real as the grind was on Diablo 3. Like vanilla Diablo 3 had that grind was so real. I can't even believe how long and how much we grinded on that game. This game is not like that. This game is not bad. It's pretty good if you have people to play with. I don't like playing Diablo. Ever since Diablo 1, I've been playing Diablo with other people. I don't like playing Diablo by myself.
I have a short attention span. Sometimes farming just like I'll go to sleep. I like dead ass literally just fall asleep where I am.
It's even Beal's live. Getting a Beal.
Oh my god, you look like you're falling asleep.
Yeah, I'm ready to pass the fuck out. Thanks for
All right, you
hanging
have a good
out.
night.
Do the same.
Yeah.
Trust and believe I'm ready to eat hella gushers and lay in bed and watch YouTube videos about sharks. That's what I'm about to do. Peace.